It's time for Best Ball Breakfast. We are going to rip 4 drafts in Best Ball Mania 5. I'm going to do a solo draft up top. Then we are going to have RotoViz's Shawn Siegele swinging by for a draft. Then Pat Kerrane, of course, the BBM3 champ for a draft. And then we're going to wrap things up with my friend Lord Reeves over from Sharp Football joining us to do a draft. It's going to be a great morning. It's a great day to chase. What would it be? It's always 75% of a Kerrane or newly 1% of a Justin Jefferson. That's what we're chasing in Best Ball Mania this year.
My slow draft rooms are so much different than my streamed drafts.
Does no one realize Underdog's half-point PPR? Idiots!
Damn, bro. You know ball. Hope you guys packed your bags.
I packed my bags. No, I mean, I literally packed my bags. She kicked me.
Dude, Star Method's legit. Only way to max out every contest in a plus EV way.
Week 17, you still gotta get there, bro.
We have a finite sample. We only have so much samples.
Is it negative EV to stream all your drafts?
We just don't know.
All right, GMs all around. Chat is fired up. Going to be a great show. Like I said, we got 2 of our regulars, Shawn and Pat, and then Lord Reeves coming by. The last time I drafted with Lord Reeves was on the end of my 150 marathon stream, and Reeves was so sharp. He got me on my only share of Zach Moss last year. He saw that coming from a mile away and excited to pick his brain earlier in draft season today. But let's catch up on the chat. AJ, extremely ready for the pour this morning. You know what? I am too. April was up early this morning. We've been needing the coffee. Let's just get the pour going here right off the rip. I did have someone slide into my Instagram DMs that's a coffee maker. I want to say it was somewhere down in the Carolinas, saying that we could potentially talk about a Best Ball Breakfast themed coffee line, a white label. So I need to respond to that DM. Would you guys buy Best Ball Breakfast branded coffee? We might have to explore that here. Yes, Jefferson to the moon, $140 million contract. I do wonder, it'll be interesting to see if this pushes his ADP up, a pick or two, because there have been plenty of drafts where the running backs go ahead of him, Amon-Ra St. Brown going ahead of him. I wonder if this gives the market a little bit more confidence. At the very least, it's going to give Davis even more confidence to continue to take him ahead of Tyreek Hill, as we learned on the Swolecast the other day. Good morning, Jake. Good mornings all around. JJ getting paid. Playoff Rondo would not buy the coffee, but Playoff Rondo became a YouTube member. Was this a gifted sub? I can't really imagine Playoff Rondo forking over his own cash to become a YouTube member. Were you a recipient of a Bindles or Emo Cowboy gifted membership? Regardless, welcome Playoff Rondo. Have been doing lots of fun Best Ball After Dark shows. Those are exclusive for YouTube members. Generally do those Friday or Saturday evenings. This past Saturday, I had Dwayne McFarland on from Fantasy Life. And I promise you it is worth the price of admission. Not only did we talk best ball strategy, some of Dwayne's favorite player targets, we did a draft, and then Dwayne blessed us with a concert, an impromptu concert at the end of the show. And it was almost too good. Like Dwayne grabs his guitar and you kind of expect the drunk by the campfire vibes where it's like, oh, that's nice, but you're not that talented, that kind of thing. No. Dwayne has the voice of an angel, really good guitar player. So that's what you get when you become a YouTube member and check out those Best Ball After Dark shows, strategy, drafts, and the occasional concert there. So be sure to get access to those. You can do that via becoming a Best Ball Value Hound. You hit the join, you hit that tier. And on top of that, it'll unlock a channel within the Deposit Kingdom Discord. We have a Best Ball Breakfast channel, and that's where I tip off when I am joining these drafts. So lots of perks to those, plus a weekly additional show. KZ, I hate to let you know, but you did miss the coffee pour. You showed up 2 minutes late, and I had already poured the coffee, but I'll give you a coffee sip. Dane, do you not allow donations in your streams? I believe you can give donations there. I think there's the $sign if you want to send a tip. Welcome, Nick, here becoming a YouTube member. John mentioning that Harmon was great. Yes, this was another show. The randomizer drafts are back. Those are going to happen every Thursday night. I realize some of you guys might be new around the channel, but the randomizers are a show I do every summer, generally June, July, and August. We get prompts on a wheel that dictate what the picks are going to be. So before each pick, we spin the wheel and the guest must complete the challenge, a trivia, do something to allow them to select the player they would want, or there are punishment plays. We had Yahoo's Matt Harmon from Reception Perception as well on Thursday. He was a very good sport. He called up Austin Ekeler, who didn't answer. He gave a best man speech for Nico Collins. He ate some kale. He did all kinds of stuff on the show. So that's a very fun time. You can check that out on the channel, and I'll be announcing this week's guest shortly as well. Copy paste dates getting us into the Darren Waller news. Yes, I did catch that music video the other day. I understand why he had to retire to focus on his singing there. So hard to blame Darren Waller when you have an opportunity to pursue, an R&B auto-tune career like that. You definitely have to make that happen. But without further ado, I have hopped in a draft here. I did tip you guys off in the Discord, although it seemed like a bunch of people were already squatting in this one because there was only one spot left after I joined. But of course, my guy TM Longacre made it in here. TM Longacre, for those of you guys don't know, finished top 10 in BBM last year. But his actual, resume booster was that he was the person I drafted with the most. Over on the bbmdb.com, the best ball database, you could see that that's a great site Patrick Donovan put together. He had a frequent draft pairings utility feature. And so you can type in your name and see who was in the most of your drafts. And it was none other than TM Longacre. So he's keeping his streak going alive. We're drafting from the 1-6 here. This is my 40th Best Ball Mania entry. And yeah, I generally don't care too much where I'm drafting. I do like the middle slots a good bit. My one wish is that Shawn and I today get a later or an earlier slot, because all we've had is 110s, 111s, pretty much the entire past month. So hopefully we can get an early slot and get a different build there. But I am perfectly content picking from 1-6. And there you go. Justin Jefferson goes 1-2. That's all it took for the market to be back in on Justin Jefferson, was him getting paid. Are we telling me that the 4-spot gap in his ADP was completely because of a potential holdout? But there you go. Justin Jefferson 1-2. Got to go get your guys. I'm going to go get my guy Jamar Chase here at 1-6. Amon-Ra St. Brown jumps him there. So Jamar Chase falls to 1-6. And look at this. Bindle's coming out hot again, gifting 5 memberships. Check out Bindle's YouTube channel. The other, last Friday? Two Fridays ago, I did a draft with Bindles and his co-host El Coach on their stream. That was a ton of fun. I might have had a few drinks for that show. So if you miss Boozy Pete, you can go check that out. And also, it looks like Bindles now has a new avatar on both Twitter, YouTube, and Discord. Is that because I shamed you into changing your very professional headshot, Bindles? I hope not. I hope not. I hope that was just an organic change there. Yes, Brian, noticing the shirt. I am rocking the Badge Bros shirt today. You guys can always get your merch in the overzet.shopify store. We got some new things in there. The That's Fair collection from the ADP chasing. We got all the Badge Bros stuff in there. You can get your Value Hounds merch, all that good stuff. Yeah, Chase at 1-6 feels great. Completely agree. Happy to scoop him up there. I much prefer Chase to Amon-Ra St. Brown. The Chase stuff is fun too, because I don't know about you guys, but I've just been seeing some crazy falls on Joe Burrow in drafts. Kind of, if the T. Higgins drafter or the Jamar Chase drafter goes with an elite QB or an early QB, sometimes there's just essentially no one competing for Joe Burrow. So I've seen some pretty big Joe Burrow slides that we might be able to take advantage of from the middle spot here. GM Nez. People upset that they missed the pour. I know. Normally I do the pour, 6-7 minutes in? We hit it 1 to 2 minutes in. Today we were raring to go. Let's see what we got on the board here at 2-7. So we have Olave come off the board by ADP. Looks like Devontae Adams, Deebo Samuel, Nico Collins. Debo, Nico. I think this is the time to get a little bit of Debo. You know, as I continue to fight the good fight in the great Brandon Ayuk versus Debo Samuel wars, sometimes the room twists my arm, forces my decision. Brandon Ayuk goes at 2.5. So I will take Debo Samuel here paired with Jamar Chase at the start. Wally is in this draft, gets Brees at 112. Whoa, I just noticed that. I was not paying full attention. So we see Puka go at 1.7, Bijan at 1.8. It's like, okay. But then AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, and Jonathan Taylor ahead of Brees Hall. What's wild about that is like, okay, if you prefer receiver and you want to do AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson over Brees Hall, not my cup of tea, but okay. It is the JT over Brees Hall pick that's really, I was going to say fascinating, but I would personally not recommend. I like JT, but it's like, man, the amount of question marks I think you add going from Brees Hall to the JT profile is pretty significant. I think even though they're only separated by, you know, a few picks of ADP, essentially, I think there's a massive difference between at least their floor ceiling combos. Like, I guess you could argue that JT can have the ceiling is Brees Hall, but man, isn't the floor pretty scary on JT? I think the floor is much lower, especially with just how much Brees catches the ball. It seems pretty unlikely that Brees has a season where things bottom out. Whereas with Jonathan Taylor, we already kind of saw what that could look like in worst case scenarios last year. So got to get your guys, yada, yada. But I will not be taking JT ahead of Brees Hall this year. JT Barkley is a unique combo. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, by ADP, I guess it's like taking the 2 second-round picks. Yeah, it probably is. Probably is fairly unique. The testosterone pumping through the veins. Yeah, Jonathan, this is a great point. He didn't finish last week's Best Ball Breakfast stream. Do I need to get caught up first? Is there a story arc I'm missing? Yeah, there's a few key plot points that you might be a little confused about if you don't go back and watch that. I should do a previously on Best Ball Breakfast to kind of catch people up. That might be a good thing. Previously on Best Ball Breakfast, Shawn, Siegele, and Peter Overzet took Brock Bowers 40 picks ahead of ADP. Tune in this week to find out if they'll do it again. Spoiler, yes. All right, we're about to pick in the 3rd round here. This is the classic, you know, Kerrane, DJ Moore. Neighbors goes. Neighbors has been the comfy click for me. I am going to grab DJ Moore. He's someone I've been wanting to get a little bit more of. Kyron's been sliding too, so I think I'll continue to kind of get my Kerrane shares at the back half of the 3rd round. And I also want to just keep myself open for some of these running back values. One of the things that's been happening in these drafts is I'll take Achane or Kerrane, who I think are perfectly fine picks in the 3rd, but then James Cook or Isaiah Pacheco will have a massive fall. Rashad White or, you know, Joe Mixon will have a huge fall into the 6th round. I mean, Rashad White, we got in the 7th round of a ship chasing draft the other day. And I find myself boxed out of scooping up those values if I grab the running back in round 3. So I just want to leave myself open right now as I kind of feel out this room. And it does feel like a very piss boy room here. George Pickens sneaks into the 3rd round. We got Zay Flowers going in the 3rd round here. So I think I'm going to like some of my running back options in the 5th and 6th. And have not done a ton of DJ Moore. So I like getting him here. This is a fun wide receiver room. Jamar Chase, Debo Samuel, DJ Moore. I should also mention there was a pretty good debate on ship chasing this past week. We had Mike Leone on, we drafted a team, and there was a pretty long discussion about DJ Moore. So if you're interested in kind of getting into the weeds there, he's one of those perfect kind of polarizing players where you can view him through the lens of spike weeks and how Best Ball Mania works and easily tell yourself a story where he gets there while also being concerned about the volume and them adding a rookie top 10 in the draft and what that could mean potentially for his production. So I think it's an interesting discourse if you want to hear. It was basically Gretsch and Kerrane and Leone kind of battling it out about DJ Moore. Let's see what we got here in the 4th round. Jalen Hurts kicking around by ADP. I don't really like taking Jalen Hurts here unless I had an AJ Brown, Devontae Smith. I know he's a bit of an ADP value, but it kind of forces you into some stuff like, okay, you have to get Dallas Goedert. I just don't love it. Yeah, wide receiver, there's nothing to do here. Tight ends, Kelsey goes. I think this is going to be a spot to get a running back. I think we'll do Travis Etienne here. Kind of don't love this spot. I guess I could have reached for my tight end, but we'll get the running back here instead. There were no extreme values other than the Hurts slide. And like I said, I don't love having to be forced into the backdoor Hurts. Would prefer to have him stacked up there. But now I might get in an interesting spot with tight end, so we'll see. Is that 4th round Josh Allen brewing? Yeah, I feel like I took him on Best Ball Breakfast in the 4th round last week. Dwayne and I built out a Josh Allen, Dalton Kincaid team on the Best Ball After Dark show on Saturday night. What is up, Tyler? Good morning, all. Middle of hot best ball summer. Rejoice, sweat, and draft in the sweet, sweet EV dopamine. Yes, it's always a wonderful day to draft. I mentioned this with Dwayne where I finally hopped in a couple slow drafts because, the Hound Dog got dropped and I was only able to get in, I think I got in 2 of the fast drafts, but I wanted to max that. So I started to dip my toes in the slow draft waters for the first time. But otherwise, I was mentioning to Dwayne, I get so fired up to draft because I'm not like blasting off super hard. I'm not dying a slow draft hell right now. I'm just kind of picking my spots, drafting on stream, drafting for shows on the Deposit Kingdom channel, some Underdog Cardio Club, but it is making me savor every single draft. I'm not taking them for granted. We see Anthony Richardson go at the 4-5 turn. That's kind of a new one. I don't even think it's crazy like Hurts, Jackson, Richardson come off the board, but haven't seen him getting pulled up quite as much. Josh Jacobs goes at pick 45, Pacheco at 50. What's up, Jason? Good morning. Ori trying to push me to a Cole Kmet team. We could be down that path. Man, it's so funny because I keep saying I'm working on an elite tight end video right now. It's going to come out later this week. And I was saying how I have a blind spot in my elite tight end profile where I'm massively overweight Mark Andrews and actually underweight Dalton Kincaid. Like I have Dalton Kincaid in my mind as a priority target, and I'm just never getting him. And this morning, Dubner put together in a spreadsheet my exposures at tight end, and he made a note to me. He's like, "You need to start breaking some of your ties away from Mark Andrews to Dalton Kincaid." And I was like, "You're absolutely right. Like, I don't want to have 30% Mark Andrews and 4% Dalton Kincaid." But guess what? Mark Andrews falls to me at 5-4. He's just a slamming value for me there at pick 5-6, I should say. So we add Mark Andrews to the squad. We now have Travis Etienne at running back, Jamar Chase, Deebo Samuel, DJ Moore at wide receiver, and Mark Andrews at tight end. So sorry, I'm trying to get creative, but Dalton Kincaid goes at the 4-5 turn. I did get Dalton Kincaid on that team with Dwayne. And, we were talking through that dynamic, and I know Gretsch has been doing this too, not necessarily with Josh Allen. I know Gretsch is perfectly content taking, Dalton Kincaid in the early 4th, but to get the Dalton Kincaid, Josh Allen, to lock it in for sure, you got to do Allen in the 3rd and then Dalton Kincaid in the 4th. Although Sam Sherman posted a tweet over the weekend where he did what I did in one of my videos, the God Take the Wheel challenge. So he just took the top 5 ADP values and he was able to get Allen at 41 and then Kincaid at 56. So it's not impossible to get that Allen Kincaid at value. It's just a lot harder because Kincaid's such a popular click, even outside of Josh Allen stuff. But I should mention what Sam is referencing here is I did a video on the Deposit Kingdom channel. He links to it here. I have it pinned in the chat as well, where I did this exercise where I let the ADP gods dictate my first 5 picks. Just completely hands off the steering wheel, take the top available player, and then figure it out from there. And I actually think it's a really helpful, instructive exercise of like, let a draft come to you. All of these players at the top of the board are good players. Get a little bit of ADP value and then build the rest of the team based off of that foundation. And not only will you get a lot of unique builds from that, but it will also allow you to kind of diversify some of your starts. It will allow you to kind of push into directions of new correlations. And you can still build really logically sound teams, even letting ADP dictate those starts for you. All right, let's see here. This is another spot that is, you know what? I kind of like the Brian Thomas here. I already have Travis Etienne. Let's get another Jag on here. CJ Stroud does nothing for me on this team. I don't really want to do the mix in Walker Kamara here. I'd like to get another wide receiver. So let's grab Brian Thomas here at pick 67, get a second Jag and a fourth wide receiver, and get our first rookie on this team as well. A little bit ahead of ADP, but makes sense in this room. I've not been clicking a lot of Ladd and Keon Coleman, and I'm happy to take Brian Thomas ahead of those guys. I've been taking Jordan Addison ahead of those guys. Jordan Addison goes ahead of them in this draft, but it does strike me as something we're going to look back on and be like, why was Brian Thomas and Rome Odunze, not in this draft, Rome Odunze went ahead, but in general, sometimes those guys are leapfrogging Rome. To me, that seems like a spot where maybe the situation is getting priced in a little too much. And I think I would prefer to bet on the better talents at cheaper prices if that's how the draft room is going to go. So I think I will be skewed to way more Rome and Brian Thomas at this rate. It is a little bit of a bummer that Rome isn't the one who falls in this draft, because getting Rome paired with DJ Moore would have been a fun little Chicago double stack to set up, but we still got some options here. And as we look at our quarterback options, right? So Burrow is at my next pick right at ADP. We should check out where the T. Higgins drafter is to know what we might be looking at. So the T. Higgins drafter, Brendan, is behind us. So if we don't take Chase here, this Brendan from the 8 spot is probably going to take Burrow with one of these next 2 picks. So I kind of have to make a decision here. Do I want to take Burrow at ADP? Do I want to grab another wide receiver? I think I'm going to grab another wide receiver. You know, with Chicago, I have Caleb Williams. With San Francisco, I have Brock Purdy. With the Jags, I have Trevor Lawrence. So I feel like I have enough quarterback outs that Joe Burrow at ADP is just not quite making it move for me. I'm going to grab JSN here to get my 5th. I also get that week 17 correlation with my Chicago stuff. So again, I open up another late round quarterback option with Geno, and I get the DJ Moore JSN, and I get my 5 wide receivers here through 7 rounds. And I think I will continue to like some of the running back values. So we'll see here. Brendan lets Joe Burrow go, which I think is smart, because now that drafter knows there's no one over here competing for Burrow, and he can probably scoop him at 89. But I'm not too worried about it when I think through my quarterback options. This is like probably my ideal, structure through 7 rounds. Anchor running back, ETN, 5 wide receivers, get 1 rookie in there for some upside, and then an anchor elite tight end in Mark Andrews. I think this is my optimal start in Best Ball Mania drafts this year. Miles likes this team. Duval likes this team. Kincaid going ahead of Andrews. What multiverse is this? Yeah. I mean, I prefer Andrews to Kincaid, but I guess I don't think it's like crazy. When you're playing out a tier game, I think these guys are in the same tier. But I've mentioned this before. It's hard when you want to diversify when you're trying to diversify to the more expensive option. It's a lot easier. Like, say if you are a Rachaad White bull and you have a shit ton of Rachaad White and you're like, you know what, maybe I should take some Bucky Irving late just in case. That's a pretty easy pivot. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just start tacking this guy on in the 15th round, versus when you have to pay up to diversify, when you feel like there's maybe a little bit more opportunity cost. But what I would argue with kind of the Kincaid and Andrews dynamic is after, the Tank Dell, for me, it's like Zay Flowers, Tank Dell, T. Higgins. Once those guys are off the board, I think there's a tier gap. at wide receiver. And once that tier gap happens, then I'm like, yeah, open season for any of these tight ends. And I think that's why I struggle with Laporta in the early third generally, is because you are sometimes taking him ahead of Diggs, ahead of Neighbors. That's where I start to feel the opportunity cost there is pretty big. Let's see here. ADP, we got Zamir White. We got Jalen Warren. I definitely like Warren a good bit here. A guy I've been wanting to get a little bit more of, and I'm going to use the correlation here as a tiebreaker. I've been wanting to get some more Zach Moss. Let's grab Zach Moss here. We have Jamar Chase. So now we'll have these kind of two duos, Jacksonville, ETN, and Brian Thomas. And then we'll grab Zach Moss with Jamar Chase. I have so much Chase Brown. I will continue to draft Chase Brown at a high clip, but I also want to continue to scoop up Zach Moss when I can at ADP. So yeah, his ADP these days, 91. I take him, ADP 92.4. I take him at 91. So Brendan does take Joe Burrow there at 89, which is the way to play it. You grab the wide receiver there, Rashee Rice, pretty good value at 80. Then you come back around and get your quarterback cheap. Dane says, decided the best first donation would be to join as a value hound. Appreciate that, Dane. And yeah, I think you'll get your money's worth with all of those extra shows. Welcome to being a YouTube member. If Burrow made it back to me, would I have clicked? Yes, I would have. I would have taken Burrow at 91. I do kind of like gauge my sense of urgency of needing to lock that up based on like how the rest of my wide receiver room is looking. So say I had, Houston and Baltimore and Eagles players and Hurts and Stroud and Lamar are already off the board. And I'm like, man, I might have to really force some backdoor stacks to kind of get it. Then maybe I say, all right, this is the team I want to just take Joe Burrow at ADP, lock up that one quarterback, and then kind of figure it out from there. But when I have all of these options for late stacks, I now still have Geno, I have Lawrence, I have Caleb Williams, and I have Purdy. All of those guys are in the mix here for me. Exactly. Passing on Jalen Warren. Saving that for the Kerrane drafts. So this is Brock Bowers goes. That makes it a little easier. I think this is a Caleb Williams click, guys. I think this is a Caleb Williams click. We sat on it. I would have been very tempted by Brock at 102, not going to lie. But I think this is Caleb. Let's get our first quarterback here. And then what this does is it allows us then to kind of see, can we get Purdy or Lawrence at a nice value? Otherwise, we still have Geno in the back pocket. We'll grab Caleb Williams here to stack up with DJ Moore right at ADP. God damn it. I love this. Announcing all of your quarterback options on stream. A bold strategy. I know. You know what? I should just stop streaming. I should just turn off the lights. Should just huddle in a corner and draft all the teams with no one watching. They don't know that I'm good, that I want these guys. I'm pretty sure once you start streaming a draft, everyone knows. So why try to pretend? Why try to pretend? What else can I tell you? That I would like to get Cole Kmet at a value. Okay, let me telegraph this. So his ADP is 142. His ADP is 142. I pick at 139. I guess maybe I would take him there, but God, I would love to push him to 150. I don't have a lot of Cole Kmet. This actually does seem like a team I should pencil Cole Kmet in at 139. There you go, Nolan. I want Cole Kmet at 139. Write it down, buddy. Write it down. I did see this clip. Poor Caleb. I mean, he is not going to beat it's like the hardos in Chicago. They're like, first this guy paints his fingernails and then he can't swing a bat. What did we do? Get Justin Fields back here. Poor Caleb Williams. We always joke about this, but I completely disagree that streaming drafts is negative EV. I think if you did, I've mentioned this before that the optimal thing to do would be to draft with different people or off of different ranking sets, not on stream. Like that would be the perfect storm. But drafting with other people on stream versus just drafting all of them on your own with the same ranking sets, doing the same bullshit over and over again. I'll take my portfolio on stream with a diversified set of guests and other smart people informing decisions over that portfolio any day of the week. The streaming element isn't actually a big deal. This feels like a running back pick, or we could just bite the bullet with Lawrence here. I'm going to put Lawrence in. You know what? Actually, let's do Tajay Spears. Let's do Tajay Spears here. I feel like I could use another running back. We get a Tennessee bring back for our Jacksonville little stack there. And I think this is a nice way to do it because a lot of times I'm taking Chase Brown. So on the draft where I don't take Chase Brown, we take Tajay Spears. Tajay Spears, Chase Brown going right next to each other in ADP. So that feels like a nice little switcheroo there from something I would do normally. Normally I'd have like Jalen Warren, Chase Brown. So then doing that 2v2 of a Zach Moss, Tajay Spears feels pretty good. Shit, Miles is on to me. It's true. No one would have known that I wanted Brock Purdy. Although Brendan is my snipe guy. Brendan took Joe Burrow and Brock Purdy, but he had Brandon Ayuk and T. Higgins, so we're going to allow it. We're going to allow it. Ron Stewart has entered the chat. Your girl's favorite best ball golf influencer has entered the chat. I don't even know what this reference is, Ron. Was this because you had you advanced one team in the Albatross or something? All right, now I'm steaming because MRA if I would have never mentioned Trevor Lawrence, I bet he comes back to me. I really fucked myself with that one. This team now has Will Levis and Geno Smith written all over it. We got to get Ron on to do a best ball breakfast draft one of these Mondays. I'm surprised you're up, Ron, at 10:30. 22-year-old like yourself in the summer. Probably stayed up till 4 a.m. playing video games, eating Cheetos. You're up early, Ron. All right, what are we going to do with this pick? Are they going to make me take Chase Brown? I will take Chase Brown. I'll do it. I'll take, after I did my whole song and dance about how this isn't going to be a Chase Brown team, I'll do the Hancock thing. It's funny too, because okay, he goes. There we go. We don't have to worry about that. All right. ADP, we're looking at Chubb, Ekeler, Joshua Palmer, Jerry Jeudy, Dalton Schultz, Cole Kmet still kicking around. Why don't we do another one of these? I'm going to do Zach Charbonnet. This is slightly ahead of ADP, but the theme of this draft are running back wide receiver pairing. So we have Etienne and Brian Thomas. We have Zach Moss and Jamar Chase. We have Zach Charbonnet with JSN, and we have Tajay Spears with Tyler Boyd. No, I don't think we have to force that one. Yeah, can we actually, I'm glad someone brought this up. At least you'll always have 18th round Claypool available to draft as a treat. Can you idiots that are responding to hit him with the gritty on Twitter and telling him he's drafting suboptimally, please stop? You're the fucking idiot if you're the one responding to him that. If your big brain knows that some construction is so optimal and yet you're so stupid that you want to tell someone to stop doing something that makes the draft rooms better for the rest of us, what the fuck is wrong with you people? The mentions to hit him with the gritty should be go off king, slay king, no point in drafting anymore. The winner has already been drafted. What is wrong with you people? I seriously was reading through those replies. You actually have to feel so good about yourself that you can point out a bad team that you have to say it? You fucking idiots. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Let him cook. Let Gritty fucking cook. Jesus. Dude's out here having the time of his goddamn life. And you want to be like, oh, well, actually, taking only 3 running backs isn't good. Fucking idiots. Anyways, hope I get Cole Kmet here. Boom, here it is. This is how it's done. Cole Kmet, come on down. ADP right here. This is a classic case of, I think, thinking about correlation. I do prefer Pat Freiermuth. But this is a 2 tight end team. I have Caleb Williams. He is a guy I want to double stack. I'm not going to take a lot of isolated Cole Kmet. This seems like the spot to do the Cole Kmet. I hope you're right, Mulder. I hope you're right. Kmet going for 1,200 yards. The algo will keep him on your timeline. I hit him with the follow. Gritty, he hits us with the gritty. I hit him with the follow. I support him. I actually wanted to, I should reach out to him to have him on Best Ball After Dark. It legit takes stones to swim against the herd. There is definitely elements of groupthink, believe it or not, on Underdog. It takes legit stones to do something that no one else is willing to do. That's a man I need to talk to. I'm a gritty fan. All right, so let's recap this team here through 12 rounds. So we got Caleb Williams at quarterback. We have a 4 running back room: Etienne, Zach Moss, Tajay Spears, Zach Charbonnet. We're still at those 5 wide receivers we started with, which I think is fine. We had 5 through 78: Jamar Chase, Deebo Samuel, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas, and JSN. And now we are good at tight end as well: Mark Andrews, Cole Kmet. So I feel like I'm in a good spot here. We're about to enter kind of the rookie wide receiver pocket of the draft. Roman Wilson comes off the board. There's going to be some backdoor stacks. Jalen Polk comes off the board. We can still grab another running back in this range. I've been finding the late round running backs more and more unpalatable. So I like being done at running back through 14, 15 rounds. Tons of quarterbacks still on the board. Yeah, so to me, this seems like a spot. Man, let's see. This could be a Ricky Pearsall pick. You basically stack up the Niners. Or no, you know what? Or stack up the Jermaine Burton. Yeah, that's tough. Let's do the Pearsall thing. He's the highest by ADP. We have two Bengals already with Chase and Moss. I don't think going Burton there and rolling out that stack without Burrow is bad, but I kind of like getting in this secondary stack here. So now we have the San Francisco stack without Purdy, with Deebo and Ricky Pearsall. And this is another spot of, like, for me, diversifying within a tier. I like Roman Wilson and Polk, I think, slightly more than Pearsall. Both kind of the situation for them and their path to targets. But when both of those guys are off the board, this seems like a good spot to grab Pearsall here, even if he is going to be kind of a truly contingent upside kind of play. I don't mind him here as my wide receiver 6. We'll need to just kind of be cognizant of the quarterbacks, though, as I'm running out of different ways to stack this. Geno's ADP 175. I pick at 174 and 187. Could definitely do something with Levis if I needed to. Levis ADP at 181. I pick at 187. So I think that Levis Geno is fine. I guess the real question is Caleb with Geno, is that too thin for a 2 quarterback build? Maybe this is kind of pushing to a 3 quarterback build. That's going to be something I have to think about. Yeah, it probably could be a 3 quarterback build. I think I've now kind of missed that window. If you go, if I go Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, I'm stopping at 2. If I go Caleb Williams, Brock Purdy, I'm stopping at 2. I think now I'm kind of pushing into 3 quarterback territory. What is a gritty, Pete? Please show me. The gritty it's a new dance. It involves Chase Claypool, 3 elite QBs, and 3 running backs. That's how I understand it. All right, let's see here. Tyler Algier, is there anything with Atlanta? We are done with tight end. Get that. I'm not doing anything with quarterback on this pick. This is a running back or wide receiver pick. We could set up, you know what? Let's get a Denver piece because we have this good thing going here with Cincinnati. Let's grab Marvin Mims. I think it accomplishes a few different things. It gives us a bring back on our Cincinnati stuff because we have Zach Moss and Chase. We need that game going off in week 17. And then it also opens up another late QB option for us in Bo Nix. And I think Bo Nix would pair pretty well in a 3 quarterback room. So we now have 4 more picks here. I'm thinking 2 of them are quarterbacks. 1 of them is a running back. And then I think we kind of have a luxury pick. I think we could go with a 6th running back or an 8th wide receiver, probably an 8th wide receiver. And that'll come in handy if we're trying to fill out another stack. But we now are getting set up pretty well with our week 17 correlations. We got the Chicago-Seattle stuff, Caleb double stack, JSN bring back. We have the Jacksonville duo with the Spears bring back. We have the Cincinnati stuff with the Denver bring back. Doesn't look like we're going to get anything with Detroit for the San Francisco bring back. Don't have to force that though. But everything else pretty well correlated here. Baltimore, we won't have anything with the Houston bring back with Andrews, but that's okay. All right. So because I'm going 3 quarterbacks, I don't think I need to take a quarterback here because I would rather push because I have between Geno, Levis, Bo Nix, and if I want to take another guy here, I think I'm going to be in good shape. All right, let's see what D Singleton does here. I would like to get Troy Franklin. I think just setting up that double stack there works out. No, Troy Franklin goes. I think this is a Khalil Herbert pick for me. I need another running back. We've made this big bet on Chicago. We can then kind of essentially have a little onslaught here with Chicago. It'd be Caleb, Herbert, DJ Moore, and Cole Kmet. I think I kind of like that. Franklin would have been nice. Franklin definitely would have been nice. It feels good to be able to get that Denver double stack for cheap. But he goes 1 pick ahead. All right, Joseph, I will service the audio listeners here. This is the team through 15 rounds. Caleb Williams at quarterback, our only quarterback. We're up to 5 running backs: Travis Etienne, Zach Moss, Tajay Spears, Zach Charbonnet, and Khalil Herbert. We have 7 wide receivers: Jamar Chase, Deebo Samuel, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas, JSN, Ricky Pearsall, and Marvin Mims. Rizzy Pearsall, I believe is what the kids call him. And then tight end, Mark Andrews, Cole Kmet. If we can get some quarterbacks here that line up in an appealing way, Geno did go. So we got sniped on Geno to the DK Metcalf drafter, which makes sense. But I'm not anti having 2 quarterbacks from the same week 17 game, but I'm also not going to cry over losing Geno here. I think this is where you get in the spot where it's like, do you I think I was going to have the conversation about Deshaun Watson as a value, but he goes, so that makes it easy. I think what we will do here, I think we'll grab Levis, right? He's past ADP. I do like Levis a good bit. We're playing for this game to be a big thing. We're playing for this game to be a big thing with both ETN and Brian Thomas. So we'll grab Levis on the other side of it. And then this could be a Tyler Boyd team, or I could just have the classic Will Levis, Tajay Spears correlation and not force anything else on top of it. We'll see if there's anything else that I really have as part of a wish list for this team. I think that last pick is going to be a real wild card choice. Kevin feeling serviced. I do post these, the audio versions of these on the In a Vacuum podcast. So if you guys are audio listeners, I've been posting audio from all the shows I do on this channel, including randomizers. I've even been pulling in the audio from the Deposit Kingdom YouTube channel. You can get those In a Vacuum podcast feed. You can search for that on iTunes, Spotify, wherever. And like I said, I'm going to have a new video out later this week on elite tight ends. And it's a really fun piece looking at a lot of the data, both from a regular season perspective and a playoff advancement perspective, and how these pod dynamics work in the playoffs, and why I think elite tight end can really be a dominant strategy this year. So make sure you guys are subscribed to the Deposit Kingdom YouTube channel. Been doing weekly videos over there, a mix of some edited drafts, some challenges, talking through some specific strategy. If you don't have time for a 4-hour marathon stream on Mondays, that Deposit Kingdom YouTube channel is your place to go. And then also the strategy videos have had a lot of fun. We've done ones on an overall Best Ball Mania 5 strategy guide. You can check that out. We have videos on how to think about correlation in the schedule. We have videos on Week 16 mattering more this year. Basically anything you want to know about kind of in-depth game theory surrounding Best Ball Mania this year. I hopefully got you covered over on that channel, and you can get caught up to speed very quickly. Those are 15 to 25 minute strategy videos. Would love it if you guys all subscribed over there. Tyler Boyd does go at 195. I think there's some Tyler Boyd steam coming. I think I saw a tweet from Hayden Winks that he has him like 35 spots ahead of ADP. So Tyler Boyd probably going to start inching up here. I think I'm fine with just the Levis. I guess you could do like the Chig thing, but Chig is like a tight end 3 just for correlation purposes. Doesn't really make it move for me here. I think what I will do is just lock up Bo Nix here. I kind of like this room. And like I said, I have this game here where it's kind of the same dynamic with both Denver and Tennessee, right? We have the skinny stack, Will Levis and Tajay Spears, and then the double Jacksonville bring back ETN and Brian Thomas. And then similar thing, we have Bo Nix to Marvin Mims, and then the double Cincinnati bring back Zach Moss and Jamar Chase. So I kind of like how those game stacks played out. And then our biggest stack is the Chicago stack with 4 total players. And then we have 2 bringbacks from Seattle in that game. So this lineup turned out very nicely optimized for week 17. And now it's just figuring out what we're going to do with this final pick. Look at this draft too. The bye week bros can't even come after me. Very nice, even distribution on our bye weeks. What do we think in chat for this final pick? It's a running back or wide receiver. Roshan would be some hand cucking. Tank Bigsby, some hand cucking. Treylon Burks, if you really, I just don't think, I mean, the team has told us so much about Treylon Burks. You know what? Josh Reynolds honestly wouldn't be a bad pick here. Isn't Josh Reynolds like, you know, Sean Payton, as Pat Kerrane said, Sean Payton loves us to learn new names. Is there anyone that Sean Payton doesn't want to feature more this year than Josh Reynolds? He basically said, how can I upgrade on Lil Jordan Humphrey and not use Marvin Mims in the rookie I draft? Isn't that going to be Josh Reynolds? I think I kind of like that. If there, let me see, does the chat have any other really good suggestions? I'm not doing Treylon Burks. Josh Reynolds. All right. There's a Josh Reynolds. It looks like everyone was split on. Yeah. I'm not doing Treylon. I'm going to do Josh Reynolds here. This seems like a good spot. I think Bo Nix, another quarterback that I want to be double stacking. I don't think he's going to bring us a ton on the ground here. And now we have two really fun week 17 game stacks with the Denver, Cincinnati, and Chicago and Seattle here. Braylon Edwards will fucking eat you if you don't take him. Do you mean Braylon Allen? I did see that photo of him. Shipley. Yeah, this one, construction-wise, I do think it, or I should say positionally, I think it could have gone either way. Running back or wide receiver. Like, this didn't have to be an 8 wide receiver team when we took the 5. But I think, too, with Pearsall at 150, who could be a stone 0 as just like a contingent play. Marvin Mims, we definitely know could be a stone 0. I actually don't mind Josh Reynolds there. And those are the spots where I do really like using the correlation as kind of my tiebreaker of like, you know what? All right, Tyler Boyd's not there. How all of these names look the exact same to me. What's going to make it stand out? How about a guy that the Broncos paid in free agency who was pretty good on the Lions? And I get Bo Nix double stack there. So I like that. All right, let's do a final recap here. Shawn Siegele will be coming on in the next few minutes to draft a team with me. And I will recap this team for the audio listeners now that it is in the books. Today is June 3rd. This is Best Ball Breakfast. For the audio listeners, I'm filling out my my description of the team on Underdog. I am OCD with my Best Ball Mania 5 naming conventions. We got a 3-5-8-2 here. And I would say this is definitely a Chicago, Denver. Let's do them all as one word so we can fit them in. No. All right. We can't fit them in, so we'll go 2. Sorry. Tennessee's getting left out. Chai Den. All right. This is the team. Caleb Williams, Will Levis, Bo Nix. Running backs, Travis Etienne, Zach Moss, Tajay Spears, Zach Charbonnet, Khalil Herbert. Wide receiver, Jamar Chase, Deebo Samuel, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas, JSN, Ricky Pearsall, Marvin Mims, Josh Reynolds. Tight ends, Mark Andrews, Cole Kmet. I'm not going to lie. Like this draft felt good. It felt good. It seems like things broke in a pretty clean way. I would say in my perfect world, Trevor Lawrence falls to me and I can do a 2 quarterback build. Maybe we get a 6th running back in there instead. That's really the only thing that didn't break perfectly, I think, for this team. But I love how it came together. We got some nice ADP values. We got 3 different playoff stacks here for week 17. Anytime I go with the 3 quarterbacks, I really want to make sure I have some correlation with all of those. And then the fact that we were able to get pretty natural bringbacks, again, not having to force stuff with any of the correlated bringbacks, I think broke really well. Have some rookie upside here. Brian Thomas, Pearsall, of course, Caleb Williams. The tight end room, perfectly cromulent. Mark Andrews, anchor, Cole Kmet there. Some correlated purposes with Caleb Williams. I like this team. A lot. Sometimes I draft these teams on Best Ball Breakfast and it feels gross. Like last Monday when I did the Josh Allen team, I don't remember that one feeling great. But this one kind of broke how I like it. It basically accomplished a lot of the objectives that I like to do in a draft. Get kind of the anchor RB cheap, get 5 early wide receivers, get that elite tight end, get multiple different game stacks, week 17 bringbacks. I don't know, guys. I know you want me to beat up on myself. Like every week I can't just post that gross wide receiver room. I posted that video on TikTok. It was, and by my standards, my TikTok following is so puny. I post my videos and my clips over here and then nothing ever, wow. That's a tough scene. What do we got here? My top video here. It's getting a dance right when I go to TikTok. This is why I can't ever go to dance. Anyways, I was going to show you. I post this clip. This is the clip from last week's Best Ball Breakfast where I was doing the what if here. And there was some crazy conversation breaking out in the chat. No slander to any of the names involved, but you need to forecast these scenarios over numerous best ball teams with good stacks correlations to succeed. Everyone's ceiling should be considered here. I was getting mansplained how to play best ball over on TikTok. What was so funny is this person went on to tell me that they loved these wide receivers, but I didn't know how to draft best ball teams. I was like, which one is it, bud? You either love this team I drafted or I don't know what I'm doing. TikTok, man. Crazy place. I tried to go back, guys. The dance wasn't there. I tried to go back. Sorry, we're only getting comedy here. This is like a chat roulette where you just keep refreshing. Oh, now I got Pookie. Have you guys seen this couple on TikTok? They blew up. Whatever. I can't do this. If Shawn sees me watching TikTok before he comes on, he's not gonna do these shows with me anymore. I can't be scrolling TikTok when Shawn comes on. That's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. I need some more coffee though here. Katie says a small corner of TikTok knows ball. I have yet to find that corner. If you can point me in the direction of that corner, it would help. Pookie is looking absolutely stunning today. I'll admit I went down a Pookie rabbit hole one day, like reading articles about like their background and everything about them before they blew up. Pretty interesting story. Wait a second. Breaking news. Breaking news. Superflex Puppy just dropped. Is this true? Is this true? I see it. You are right. $5 entry. 67,000 entries. 30,000 top price. $300,000 total prize pool. There you go. There you go. The puppy, but Superflex is here. That'll be a whiplash one. Yeah. Going from, we didn't have a pre-draft Superflex contest this year, did we? Didn't we have one last year? Because I want to say I remember doing Superflex drafts with Spags at some point in the offseason last year. Max enter a slow on stream. That's Ben Gretch's lane now. Gretch has the slow draft streaming market cornered. 7.5 on the pour. All right. I'll take it. I'll take it. Someone help Pius out. I've never played Superflex. What structure should I aim for? Well, I will just tell you what happens in these drafts is you either capitulate to the quarterback thirst, and believe it or not, there's thirst for quarterbacks in Superflex. I find it particularly hard to capitulate at the back end of round one, because basically what ends up happening is you end up having to decide, do I want to draft a watered down version of the people who got Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson at the top of the board? And like, maybe there are some players you can do that with. Maybe you can get Jaden Daniels, there, and you can say, all right, I can go toe to toe with you. But I think where you really get in trouble is when it's like, you're taking Justin Herbert to try to go to battle in the mid-second round to go to battle with the Lamar Jackson drafter. And it's like, at that point, I would just rather take the top wide receiver, because you're going to be able to get a Justin Jefferson. You're going to be able to get a Jamar Chase later, obviously, than you normally would. And so I tend to like to play it through punt quarterbacks in general, if I don't have one of those early slots. Obviously, if you have one of those top slots, get one of the top guys. But I would prefer to say, all right, I'm going to beat you at running back, wide receiver, and I will cobble together a 3-quarterback room with Caleb Williams, Will Levis, and Bo Nix, that kind of shit. All right. It is now time for the best ball banana stand. And before we do, we got to give a shout out. Jonathan says, happy birthday to my wife, Catherine. Happy birthday, Catherine. I get to see Jonathan a lot in the Ship Chasing Discord. You're a lucky gal. He seems like a lucky guy. Congratulations. Have a wonderful birthday. But it is time now for the best ball banana stand with Shawn Siegele. Let's get this ready. All right, Shawn, This is the Best Ball Banana Stand, a weekly show where myself, Pete Overzet, and Shawn Siegele draft a team in Best Ball Mania 5 as we chase that $1.5 million top prize, and we battle some very tough rooms, wide receiver avalanches, all that good stuff. Shawn, how are you doing today?
Good. I've had a chance to get lots of drafts in the past week. Ben Gretch and I had a variety of those last week on stealing bananas, and that priority targets list that I've been mentioning to you published right before the show opened.
Ooh,
so those are out.
Awesome. Yeah. And you also sent over a fresh batch of updated ranks, which I've been excited to dig into for today's show. Have there been any big movements? Was it doing the priority targets list that maybe inspired some reshuffling?
There were a few things there. There were a few things with Pete, I don't like to do this, but I did minimize the margin between a few of my rankings and ADP. So Brock Bowers is now like 35 picks instead of 40. So, I mean, those are the big. Go ahead.
What's so funny is I've been messing around with some like aggregating ranks and aggregating like yours and Pat's, and it'll be funny to drop that in because Pat has become Brock Bowers pilled since their last ranking, and he now has him up like 10 higher spots. So you moving back and Pat moving up is going to have zero influence on my aggregated ranks because you guys are both just moving in slightly different directions.
Yeah, so my challenge to Pat is that at some point this summer, I want to see if he can get Bowers ahead of my rank. That's going to be really.
That's going to be tough.
That's the challenge.
That is going to be tough. I had a really fun one because I've been finding myself getting, Bowers, right at ADP with some fun builds, pairing him with, Mark Andrews, Trey McBride. I did get one in one of the Hound Dog drafts, a slow draft where I was able to get Sam Laporta at pick 40 and then Brock Bowers at pick ADP. And I've been having a little harder time getting to Sam Laporta. So getting the Laporta value with Bowers felt like a very fun start.
Yeah. And you're going to think this is absolutely crazy because I make you draft him every single time. I passed on him at ADP in a draft a couple days ago.
What?
So,
how?
Yeah.
What happened to you, Shawn?
There were some structural considerations in that one. One of the things that I've been exploring a little bit, and we'll get into this a lot more later in the summer, Blair is about to have some really cool research out, and we'll see if some of the things that I've been exploring a little bit fit in with what he is looking at. But in some of these drafts early on, if everything else is equal, and that's always kind of the key point because usually things aren't. But in those instances, I've been looking at trying to build the team with a few of these guys that maybe have earlier buys. With so many buys in week 12 and week 14, if you get set up with a lot of those guys early, then it just walls you off from a bunch of teams late, where the inverse kind of opens you up and gives you some more outs late in drafts. So there were a variety of considerations that came into play when I passed on Bowers, but I certainly wasn't happy about it.
Well, Shawn, we got a blessing here because you and I have been living at the back end of the draft board for the majority of these Best Ball Banana Stand drafts. We drew the 1-3. So we are going to get sent down a different path for this draft, which is exciting. I like mixing it up with you.
Yeah, the 103 there should just give us a very different, and also that's going to give us Brock Bowers at a little better, reasonable price. So.
I knew you were going to find a way to spin it. All right, Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, the man who just got paid $140 million this morning. Is Tyreek Hill the pick for you?
Yeah, let's go with Hill.
Yeah, so CeeDee Lamb does go 101 in this draft. And I noticed in your ranks, you do have Lamb 101, right?
I do.
Yeah. Have you been put in that spot a lot? I guess it's still early from like an exposure standpoint, but would you get a little spooked if you were always passing on CMC at 101 and say had a disproportionate amount of Lamb relative to CMC?
Not necessarily. I do think I would. Michael Dudner had a great article out last year talking about how to balance some of those things with the first round picks if your rankings sort of set up to where you wouldn't get a superstar player at nearly the rate that you would want. Now, in that case, if you have CeeDee Lamb number 1, then you're probably going to get him a little bit more, Christian McCaffrey a little bit less. I think you do want to go away from the rankings occasionally and make sure you get some of that McCaffrey, since he's just such a uniquely, league and then, more importantly, tournament destroy type of player. His ability to gap the field compared to everyone else, I think, is pretty substantial. I do like the other 2 running backs who are pretty clear first round picks when it comes to that situation as well. So much of what we're trying to do, even in the first round, is to set up these drafts so that we can take advantage of all of those amazing running back values between rounds 8 and 13. When you get that running back early, especially in certain types of rooms, then you really regret it later because you have so many good running back picks or opportunities to make picks. Not the same at receiver. One of the things that you and I run into pretty frequently is that we get those 4 guys early, whether that's 4 in the first 4 or 4 in the first 5 or 6. And then in the second half of the draft, and that was one of the things that, you were discussing a lot with me last week is, how do we get the rest of our wide receivers? So I do think that comes into play at the very beginning, but obviously you want a little bit of CMC.
Yeah, and I have found it. I feel like when I get that 5th, so in the draft I just did before you came on, I got Jason as my 5th wide receiver at pick 78, and then I didn't take my next wide receiver until pick 150. And having that 5 before I kind of then started to build out the rest of the wide receiver room felt a little better than the 4. But yeah, it's definitely still needing to get that firepower at wide receiver. And we are about to pick here at the end of the second round. We did see Jalen Waddle come off the board early. This second round has included Ayuk, JT, Olave, and Debo after the regulars, Drake London and Marvin Harrison. Devontae Adams comes off the board. I know you're silently fist pumping there. Looks like, by ADP, as Barkley comes off the board, there's Nico, there's Evans. Is there a way you would like to play this specifically?
I think that probably taking Collins here is the way to go.
Yeah. I like that as well. Tyreek Hill, Nico Collins. I was listening to you and Gretch kind of talk through some of the Houston dynamics earlier. You guys were having some interesting comments about Nico relative to Diggs and Tank Dell. Maybe we can table that for a hot sec as we kind of figure out what we're going to do as this pick comes back around to us here. Have you been drafting any Stefon Diggs?
I have. I like Diggs quite a bit for this season. I think that he has that potential to blow up again the same way that he did that first year in Buffalo. Really a tale of 2 halves for him last season, where at the first half, he continues to look like a very clear first round pick and superstar. The second half, completely destroyed by what happens there with the offensive coordinator move. We get to our pick.
Yeah. Neighbors goes. He was at the top. Normally he can fall here. You're looking at Achane, Kerrane, Laporta, Evans by ADP, DJ Moore. What do you think?
I kind of like getting Laporta right here.
Let's do Laporta. I have it's so funny because Laporta's, ADP was the mid 3rd. And then when the schedule was released, I noticed the dynamic of the CMC team, the Debo, the Ayuk teams wanting to set up that kind of week 17 correlation and his ADP inching up. We do kind of the rare thing, I think, which is inch him up without the San Francisco correlation. I've had a hard time clicking Laporta, just knowing how much I love some of those other tight end values, but talk about why he is still such a priority target for you, even at this elevated cost relative to the other tight ends.
Yeah, and it does work a lot better if you can get San Francisco. Obviously, if you could put Debo onto this team and swap him out for Nico Collins, then from a variety of perspectives, that would be a lot better. And yet, Collins probably is going to score a lot more points. And so, that's really what you're going for, right? You can't get so caught up in trying to build these teams that are so tightly and perfectly correlated. In working through the entire schedule this last week, one of the things that I found is I do really like Detroit, and I like putting together some of the teams there in the NFC North. It got me a little bit more on some of the Chicago Bears players and the potential to mix in those guys, even if I think that individually the receivers are probably a little bit overvalued. And one of the things that we do find there is that as soon as one of those receivers gets injured, and hopefully that doesn't happen, but you're going to have the other two guys then look really, really good. I also think that Caleb Williams remains a pretty interesting selection. So one of the things, and this is something obviously that you and Dubner have been working on. He's got a great piece up on RotoViz looking at, but this balance between regular season, week 16, week 17, obviously in the smaller pod versus the bigger week 17 field, it's less of a consideration, but I do like this Detroit-Chicago week 16 matchup. So we open up some of those types of things as well as taking one of these teams in Detroit that has that early bye.
Yeah, I built out on the stream right before a little kind of Chicago onslaught with Caleb and DJ Moore and Kmet, and then had the double Seattle bring back with Charbonnet and JSN. And I wasn't able to get any Detroit pieces on that one, but that is one of those fun quads with those guys all playing each other, throughout those playoff weeks. So you can kind of double dip those correlations, which also is going to come in specifically handy for the new tournament on Underdog. They launched 2 last week, the sprint and the marathon. Shawn is very familiar with the sprint format, having played a lot of FFPC. That's how their playoff format works. Did that new format on Underdog get the wheels turning for you, Shawn?
I always love it when they drop some of the new contests. We'll see how many of all of those I can get in, but yeah, absolutely love it.
All right, we are about to pick here at 410. We have Tyreek Hill, Nico Collins, Laporta. I was going to be like, man, George Pickens finally falling. Don't see that too often. This looks like a wide receiver pick for us. Do you have a lean here?
Is it too early to take Worthy?
I don't think so.
We could take Keenan Allen, though. I had just mentioned that a minute ago, and he is.
Yeah, if we're going to play that, if you like that Chicago-Detroit week 16, it also opens up Caleb as a selection, and probably a very good chance we'll be able to get one of those other wide receiver targets at 5-3 as well. So we start Tyreek Hill, Nico Collins, Sam Laporta, and Keenan Allen. Yeah, and this is like one of the spots where I struggle with the Laporta click, is because it's like, okay, Kincaid could have been here at the 4-5 turn. Andrews goes at the 4-5 turn. That's always something I'm always like, man, those 2v2s, sometimes I really prefer the later one. Do you want to go Worthy here?
Yeah, let's go ahead and add him to this team. I think that he ends up being the perfect fit. One of the things that we do have there, again, is a nice balance on those wide receiver buys early. But more importantly, just we have, well, Worthy is on the Tyreek Hill one, but just the firepower there Worthy is a round and a half undervalued. He's going to continue to rise. He, not surprisingly, is one of those priority targets. And I like the mix that we have here as well in terms of experience on that wide receiver group early, where we have a couple of the veterans that we can lock into, not necessarily a ceiling, but a floor. With Collins, you have a guy who's emerging into this peak wide receiver. And I mean, people tend to think about the peak wide receiver stuff incorrectly, but certainly when you have a player of his athleticism, his age and previous season production, and then the context that offense is going to provide, and then looking at the Chiefs and some of the things that they bring to the table there. Kansas City, and I had a chance to do a fun Remember That Game pod with Thomas Emmerich that's going to come out here in a couple of weeks, I believe, looking at that Kansas City, Los Angeles Rams Monday night game where they both score in the 50s. And one of the things kind of working through that was so glaring is how much the Kansas City offense has declined, but where they can get back to. And I do think that once we get into late August, the price on all of the Kansas City Chiefs is going to be more expensive.
Yeah, and I've heard, Gretsch has made this point, and he had a really good Substack post recently kind of working through basically these 4 main pass catchers on the Chiefs now with Kelsey, Marquise Brown, Rashee Rice, and Xavier Worthy, and how the uncertainty of the situation is going to create like windfall for, at least 2, maybe even 3 of these players are mispriced, where it's like everyone's getting docked by the uncertainty, which is like, we know a couple of these guys are going to be the 1-2 in this offense, and those 2 are going to be such massive ADP values. It kind of reminds me a little bit, obviously it's more expensive, but of kind of the Miami Dolphins backfield situation last year, where it's like, we know this offense is going to generate so much fantasy production to the running back position, and we know there's really exciting talents in this backfield. There's a chance that multiple of these guys pay off ADP, much less just one of them smashing it. That's exactly what happened. It feels like that this year, where it's like one of these guys could just pay off ADP and 2 of them could smash it. And maybe there's one loser out of the 4 who doesn't quite get there, but that sure makes it a pretty juicy risk reward proposition.
I think so. And one of the things now is you are getting a lot more punishment for Rashee Rice and the potential that he misses quite a bit. I don't think that you're necessarily getting that reflected back on Worthy's price yet. I mean, maybe I'm just still well above what's reasonable, but I think that he has room to go quite a bit higher.
All right, we are about to pick here. George Kittle sliding in this room. He does finally go. Jordan Addison slides past ADP. He's both the top ADP value and rank value. Is that our play?
Yeah, and it's unfortunate in its own way that they get Detroit in week 18. And so you miss out on that potential game. But Jordan Addison is one of these players where if they get any type of decent quarterback play at all, then his price is going to look, again, off multiple rounds. He's another one who does come out on the priority targets list. I think people are sleeping on this potential for him to jump and be that Calvin Ridley number 2-ish threat for the Vikings.
We are back on the clock. I mean, lots of good decisions here or options based on the correlation here. Aaron Jones, JSN, Rashi's there, Brock, of course. What do you think the way to go here is?
I like putting JSN on this. And one of the things that does happen with that Chicago play is that you get the Seattle in week 17, as you mentioned. Certainly we don't want to be trying to set everything up to get way too much JSN, but I've also been willing to actually take some DK Metcalf early to set up some of those things recently, even though I think that Metcalf is probably one of the worst plays in terms of what his most likely outcome is. And yet, even if you think he's one of the worst values in the first 5 rounds of the draft in terms of most likely outcome, there's certainly the possibility that JSN doesn't take a step forward. Obviously, we're getting some puff pieces on him right now. That probably shouldn't move the needle for you too much in either direction. But Tyler Lockett, I think somebody also who has a chance. I mean, JSN and Tyler Lockett, I think, are 2 of the very best plays in the draft. And for me, it's harder to click on the veteran who I do think will be the number 3 and could fall off the cliff. But when you look at his price, you probably should put him into on at least a small subset of teams, because I mean, the difference between Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf is pretty minimal when you consider what the difference in their prices is.
Yeah. I wrote today in the Fantasy Life newsletter kind of a more zoomed out piece about, deciphering camp news. And one of the things, my takeaways, or I think a good heuristic, is asking if something is already baked into the price, where it's like, yeah, we see a JSN puff piece. And it's like, that gets us excited, but it's like, based on where he's going, the market is already anticipating him leapfrogging Tyler Lockett. And so and same with like Ladd McConkey, there's stuff about him being great. It's like, Ladd McConkey's already a 6th round pick. He better be great. He better be off to the races, and kind of skewing where I really make a move on training camp news when it's not fully priced in. And I use the example, I've heard Dave Canales talking about how friendly his offense is going to be for the tight end position. I'm like, sure would like to get a few more late shares of Jatavian Sanders. That's not baked into the market yet. So that's kind of how I've been thinking about camp news. But Shawn, you and I have more of a quintessential Shawn and Pete draft here. No quarterbacks, no running backs here through 7 rounds. We're up to 6 wide receivers. We are not going to get buried by the Avalanche. We are the Avalanche. Tyreek Hill, Nico Collins, Keenan Allen, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Addison, JSN, Sam Laporta. This is generally a tougher thing for us to pull off in these rooms, Shawn. So this feels cozy.
Yeah, and to be able to add a couple of those guys at the end. One of the flip side of all of the enthusiasm about rookies, which I certainly share. One of the things that popped up is sort of an interesting development in the drafts that I did with Ben last week, is I think that we selected Malik Neighbors in every single one of them.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's quite a commitment when you consider that. I mean, is he a lot less expensive than Marvin Harrison? Yes. But is he still wildly expensive? Yes. I mean, both of those things can be true at the same time. And yet I do think that because there are some quarterback issues, or at least question marks, in some very specific cases where otherwise you'd be excited about a year 2 eruption for players. I think some of the second-year guys are priced very, I wouldn't say affordably, but you're actually getting the potential for that breakout to make a difference for you. Whereas in some of the years recently, people have been so onto the idea that, yeah, year 2 is when you had previously had this gap between price and likely production, then that closed to an extent. I think that door is swinging back open a little bit, at least in some specific names for 2024.
I like it. We are about to pick in the 8th round. Shout out to our guy, KZ here. He's battling the Avalanche. Started with Bijan JT and then double tap tight end Trey McBride, Kyle Pitts. Only 1 wide receiver, DJ Moore, through 5 rounds, but he's come back with Rome, Jamison Williams, and Tyler Lockett. A decent way to recover. And we are about to click our pick at the end of the 8th round. This is where it's so funny. So the team behind us has 2 tight ends at the turn. There's one behind us who doesn't. I am going to be fascinated to see here. Is this our spot to get Brock Bowers paired with Sam Laporta and continue to punt running back? He is available here, Shawn.
He is. We do have Njoku opposite our first round pick, if that is your preference. But I mean, you know that I'm never going to say don't draft Brock Bowers.
I mean, Shawn, we can't have this guy ranked at 64 and take you are ahead on Njoku here as well. But Shawn, if this steam is coming as hot and heavy as I feel it is, like I just need to get as much Brock as I can now before it gets too out of hand. So I added Brock Bowers here, and I know that you're never going to say, "Oh shucks, I really wanted Njoku there."
Yeah, we very excited about.
Well, this is super fun too, because I mean, we just have, this is the true 0 RB build here. We are on the clock at 9-3, no quarterbacks, no running backs. This is a really sweet spot here for running backs. I assume that's the direction you want to go, or is there maybe a quarterback that you'd want to do?
Yeah, well, we could take Williams here. I think he might come. It really depends on what running back you like, and if you want to get an ADP value. Trey Benson is kind of interesting there, as maybe it looks like he's the ADP guy at running back, at least among the players that I have ranked in that range.
I elected to go with Caleb Williams. I think I completely think we could have done running back there, obviously. One thing I like about Caleb is I think it gives us paths to either a 2 quarterback or a 3 quarterback room. If we pass on him and miss him, I think we're almost for sure locked in to a 3 quarterback room. And I'm not really worried about running back. I think what we can do with these next 4 picks, we're going to feel pretty good about. And I just kind of like the flexibility that having that quarterback gives us there.
How are you feeling about ADP value on these running backs in, say, 8 through 13? One of the things we were sort of staring at there, any of the players that I had ranked in that range were going to be ahead of where we currently were in terms of draft slot or draft pick. And it kind of brings us back to that interesting tension between going ahead and getting some ADP value, especially in drafts where maybe running backs are going to be pushed down a little bit. Although, again, we didn't have any trouble with an avalanche in this one, versus that dilemma where maybe you have a bunch of guys ranked in that range as pretty strong targets, but then once you go through it, you remember, oh wait, I can only take one guy in each round. So having a bunch of guys that I like didn't really make that much of a difference. That's one of the things I do think is interesting once we get into this range, especially on the first guy. My default is usually just to take the player that I want to set things up, but it is something that you can, debate or at least think through.
Yeah. And I think the other thing that helps not only about the optionality with Caleb as a 2 QB or a 3 quarterback, when you do these heavy 0 RB starts where you have a ton of wide receivers and tight ends, we don't really want to be wasting any other additional pass catchers on this roster. Like, we're going to need to spend our ammo at running back. So then that further constricts our ability to backdoor stack. Stuff like you do Franklin and Mims with Bo Nix, you do the Giants wide receivers with Daniel Jones. It's like, okay, that safety net's there if you have wide receiver spots to spend. And since we didn't have them, then I'm more concerned about, let's lock up one of these stacks, because we don't really have the type of roster that facilitates backdoor stacking.
You're worried that someone is going to grab Sam Howell earlier in the 18th round?
Yes. Yeah. Are you sick enough to have clicked Sam Howell yet in a draft?
Not in an 18 rounder.
Okay. Maybe some of the Superflex. He's on the menu.
He's definitely on the menu there. I did take him with Jaden Daniels and Justin Fields in one of the 20 round drafts pre-NFL draft. So
how do you kind of handicap that? Do you think there could be any kind of battle there, or Geno benching risk, or do you think it is just strictly if there's an injury type situation?
From reading the things that they have said, not necessarily in the last couple of weeks, but previous to that, my thought is that it is kind of a stealth competition. And certainly if Howell is a lot better, then they will go that route. I don't think that they're so locked into Geno that he couldn't win the competition. I certainly think it's a deal where Geno is highly likely to get all of the main opportunities there, and there would have to be a big gap for Howell to be the guy. But I also think there's a possibility that Howell is such a good fit for the offense and what they want to do, and that Geno struggles again because he played very, very poorly last year. And I mentioned this from time to time, but one of the things that really stood out was just how much better Drew Lock was able to get through his progressions, even in the offense last year. And then he would throw the ball nowhere near the receivers, and he's just not a viable NFL quarterback because there's no accuracy. But I think that you could see a dynamic like that this season with Howell coming out and winning. And then I think there are ways in which that would help the receivers. I think there are ways in which he would give you a much more viable actual fantasy quarterback in that offense. But again, it is something that is more viable in Superflex. Colin and I had our first big listener league for overtime yesterday, and we were disappointed when Sam Howell was taken ahead of us in the 19th round.
What's so weird is Sam Howell, you got excited about his arm strength, and then he wasn't like pushing the ball down the field in that offense, which is weird. We are about to pick here at 10-10. I believe we are going to make our first running back selection, which is going to be fun here. Chase Brown does go one pick ahead. This seems pretty clearly to be Tajay Spears, unless you think something else makes sense here.
No, I love Spears as the potential breakout star in that offense. I think he's the best piece in that entire offense. And he's kind of a weird guy where I have him ranked ahead of Tony Pollard. I have him ranked as a value to ADP, and yet he has been tricky for me to get to this point. And so I love being able to start out this running back group with him.
Yeah. And like you said, you have some nice running back targets here in this range, but a lot of them are going to come off the board in quick succession. Bit of an avalanche pick here at 114 with Luke McCaffrey going. I don't know if that was a go get your guy. It's not a Jaden Daniels team, but have not seen Luke McCaffrey go that early. We are about to be back on the clock. We got only one running back. We got our 6 wide receivers, our 2 tight ends. We got our stack with Caleb Williams. We're back on the clock here. Chuba and Ekeler, the top by ADP, Blake Corum as well. And then we have some other player targets down here. Which running back do you think we should add?
Yeah, I have kind of come around to this idea of sprinkling Corum in, but I don't necessarily think he's a great fit for this team. It's probably back to Charbonnet
Yeah. Charbonnet, of course, gives us another pairing with JSN, our bring back with Chicago. This is a lot of similar shades to what I just did in the first draft, where I had Charbonnet, JSN on a Caleb Williams team. But I had that team with DJ Moore. This one we got with Keenan. So we're slightly diversifying with our stacks here.
What are your thoughts on Ekeler at this point? He was one who, I mean, Pete, he fell like 60 picks in our draft yesterday. Like, just literally no one was willing to take him at any price.
He went at like 150 or something.
Well, so this was in the FFPC Superflex.
Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
And I mean, he just goes at the end of the draft, basically. I love Ekeler. I think he can still be a good player. Obviously, you have the situation last year where he has that kind of, carrying the piano moment where he gets free down the sidelines and, times at like 9 miles per hour or something like that, which, is something that makes everyone watching feel good because you're like, that was what I would also time at. It also seems like a very bad fit. Like, are there more than 2 or 3 other offenses that would be worse for Ekeler in terms of where he currently, is on, both in terms of the depth chart and just how the offense is going to run?
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think my question is, I'm glad you brought Ekeler up because I've been thinking about him a lot lately, where I'm like, if there is a player who kind of pulls what Josh Jacobs did a couple years ago, where he was left for dead, really cheap, and then has a bounce back season with, the best efficiency of his life. I'm like, man, I'm almost starting to wonder how much of the risk is priced out at this point when Ekeler really falls. I've only taken a couple shares of him in the like late 130s on Underdog in kind of 0 RB builds, but I am like warming up to him as not like a target, but not just like a clear fade. Like, I think at these prices, I'm starting to be like, I want to take some stabs, but I agree with you. All those reasons you outlined are why no one wants to touch him. And then I think the real question is, because say that example, right? You would, what we just did, we take Zach Charbonnet over Austin Ekeler. And so you have to really ask yourself, do you like it then even over some of those priority targets? Do you want to take him over Jalen Wright? Do you want to do that? That's where I think it starts to get a little hard.
Yeah. And when you get to the end, I think, even though you're going to have a lot of teams, you want to mix up your exposures. You look at the individual teams that you draft some of those veterans onto. And I mean, Gus Edwards, another guy who just cratered through the draft yesterday. Certainly, I think that Edwards is set up in a more favorable situation, but he's never been the type of talent that Ekeler was either. So you have a different type of tension there. I think Jaden Daniels has the potential to be so good that he really elevates that entire offense. And yet at the same time, I do have more concern for the Ekeler Daniels fit than I usually do, even in those kind of cases, because prior to some of the injuries and when he was set up well, it didn't necessarily bother me to have J.K. Dobbins with a Lamar Jackson. I think that the benefits in some cases are awash with the problems that it causes. I hope that Ekeler has a great season, even though it won't help me at this point.
We are about to pick in the 12th round. We've gotten our 2 running backs here, Tajay Spears, Zach Charbonnet. We got Caleb Williams, our 6 wide receivers, our 2 nice tight ends with Laporta and Brock Bowers, and some really nice running back options here as well. What do you think is the play for this specific team?
Well, we could get a little bit of Jerome Ford, and that would play opposite Hill in week 17. I don't have a lot of Ford. I do, enjoy drafting the other 3 guys I have ranked ahead of him better. So if you have a strong preference for any of those guys, I'm certainly fine with that too.
Let's do Marshawn Lloyd. I thought the argument you were going to use for Jerome Ford was to give us some early season production on a running back room where we're naturally going to be thin. But if we're playing, week 17 Ford, then it's a little bit harder of a sell for me from that angle. So I said, all right, we have Jordan Addison. Nice to get a Green Bay piece here as well. And same with the Bowers pick. When you mentioned Njoku, I know you're never going to be upset with me going away. It's almost like you're trying to make it seem like it wasn't your idea, and then I can't be like, you make me draft this guy every time. Is that what you just did there? Played those?
Well, I don't want to come off as a zealot, right? And so if there are some things that you want to do in these drafts to make the teams look a little more normal, but I mean, Pete, we didn't
look a little more normal.
We didn't set up the best ball banana stand to draft normal teams.
No. And I'm having a blast because I can't even remember the last time we were able to do like a mega true 0 RB team like this. It just, because the rooms so often force us to take a running back. Like they become such a screaming value at some point. That happened all last year, why we were taking James Cook, Breece Hall. And now we can still have our pick of any of these guys. Jerome Ford is now a full like round and a half past ADP, but Kendre and Jalen Wright, who I love a ton, are both here as well. Who do you think truly makes the most sense as our fourth running back here?
Are you concerned at all about, I'm not concerned about that. Let's take Kendre Miller.
The one thing about, you were talking about the buys earlier, Jerome Ford would give us a third guy with around a week 10 buy, which is probably not ideal for that running back room.
No, Kendre is the pick. They are talking about, and usually it's couched in the terms of, well, if Taysom Hill is the goal line back, it's going to really hurt Alvin Kamara. And like, no, it's going to hurt the guy who actually is going to score double-digit touchdowns out of that backfield, which is Kendre Miller. I think he's going to be so good that some of the gimmicky things. Now, they used the gimmicky things very successfully last year. So after a lot of talk, years and years of talk, I think that some of the things they did last season really helped. I do think they're going to be able to take a step forward on offense with, and this is probably going to sound weird, but with Derek Carr and Chris Olave, to where some of the gimmick things are going to be less necessary if Kendre Miller takes the step that you and I are anticipating. And even just look at week 18 last year and the type of talent he appeared to be. I think that pushes back in the other direction and gets us the types of plays we're really looking for.
Yeah, Kendre, like the Marshawn Lloyd, also sets up another little fun week 17 correlation with Brock Bowers there. And man, Shawn, this is drafting, one of the things was talking about in the elite tight end video that I'm working on is how like the market will often try to map on like last year's dominant structure onto this year. So he's, 2 years ago, the elite quarterbacks smashed, those guys all get pushed up, and then the puzzle pieces come together for those late round quarterbacks to be a smash. And talking about that, of course, with the tight end dynamics, one thing that's so interesting, like we haven't, in some of these drafts, we've been kind of reaching to get, our player targets. This draft, we've been doing it like at ADP. And by just drafting off at ADP, we've gotten funneled to a true 0 RB build, which just kind of speaks to how dramatically different the ADP landscape is in 2024, where it's like, you could just take best available. You could be that guy and end up with a mega 0 RB build in these rooms. And it makes it fun where we're not necessarily streaming or swimming upstream to accomplish what we want to do.
And one of the things that I love about that is that last year, if you got pushed into, almost even a robust running back type of draft, there were exciting names at the running back position through there. And later on, the running back names, I didn't think were as fun. This year, I don't think the early names are nearly as dynamic, right? I mean, you take Breece Hall out of round 4 and put him in round 1, and you're like, well, I mean, one of the very best ways to play that has been removed. But then you look at these guys. So, and the Marshawn Lloyd pick obviously is a huge boom bust type of selection. But the other 3 guys, you're getting second year potential breakout running backs at prices where, I mean, you've got some room for them to outperform, even if they don't end up being the main guy. And they could be that. So I love the way that comes together there to be able to draft these 0 RB teams with you. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, last year we had a blast trying to figure out what the alternate paths needed to be and what scenarios could come from that. I look at all that orange, yellow, what have you early there, and it's very exciting. The other thing is I just don't think you're getting punished that much to take the 2 elite tight ends. And if you're not getting punished, I think you have to do it.
Yeah. I agree. And I think the only thing, the counter, I think, to doing extreme zero RB this early in the offseason is, are there enough depth charts and players we feel good about in the super late rounds to be able to get us enough options that aren't going to be stone cold zeros? That would kind of be the counter. Whereas in August, like, I think even doing a build like this is going to feel even more viable. Like when you write your zero RB countdown list, you're going to have so much more knowledge about these depth charts, how training camp, how preseason shook out. I have found myself kind of wanting to be done at running back by round 14, 15, just because I think the viable breakout profiles or guys that I know won't be stone cold zeros is almost completely evaporated. So that's my only hesitancy. And yet in this room, the fact that we're able to get like a Lloyd Miller combo at the 12-13 turn really makes me feel better, because there are rooms where these guys come off the board and we're really kind of having to cobble it together with quantity, but not necessarily the player archetypes we really like.
And the other thing that I think makes it work that you and I have tried to do, we'll see if that is a fit. Connor had a cool piece on RotoViz recently, sort of working through some of those elements as well. But if you do the 3 QB, and we should pause there. And
yeah. Do you like any of these running backs more than the other? Bucky's the top by ADP. Chuba is also down here.
I probably like Bucky.
Yeah, I click Bucky in every draft, so you're not going to get pushback from me. Let's make these 2 running back picks and then circle back to that point. But we add Bucky Irving as our 5th running back here. Tajay Spears, Zach Charbonnet, Marshawn Lloyd, Kendre Miller, Bucky Irving. Do you think it all? Sometimes I think about I know the kind of like the texture of these running back rooms. Like I mentioned Chuba as in, all right, we don't have a ton of production. Maybe some of these guys like Charbonnet, Marshawn Lloyd, Bucky Irving are zeros to start the season. Could Chuba potentially, as a guy who is playing right away, as you know, Brooks gets caught up to speed, could he potentially fit nicely with this specific roster, or does he not fit the exact kind of player archetype you want to target?
I'm concerned about the starter there being so dynamic that you don't even have a committee.
Right. Let's see here. I still think this is a running back pick. I think we can continue to wait on some of our other quarterback piecing together. What do you think the way to play this is? Tracy?
Let's go ahead and take Chuba, though, for the reasons that you mentioned. I think he's a good pick for this very specific team. One of the things that's a little bit interesting always, there is maybe another path that we could potentially take in the future. If there had been, if we talk about wide receivers with a full 2 rounds to go here, we risk some things. I do have another sort of late round rookie running back that I like a lot. And so I would have been tempted to maybe make a different positional selection there and save that name for the 20th. But when we are up to a couple of the rookies, I think that definitely your case there, your point there about drafting 0 RB right now, which I think the evidence, the data also suggests in terms of drafting now versus drafting in August, that they're very different types of things. I think that original foursome that we picked is going to look very locked in either way. I wouldn't be surprised that Bucky Irving is somebody who jumps into round 10 in August, which, I mean, if that's the case, then we'll be glad that we got so many shares. If he's out of the draft at that point, we'll be like, well, at least we were drafting him in round 14. It didn't absolutely crush those teams. As we're looking at receiver and QB here, we talked about getting to potentially 3 QBs. I think that when you're drafting at this time of the season, taking the 3 QBs and have 2 of them be late. So if you get a window QB and then 2 late QBs, that helps, I think, balance the 0 RB element where it's not really round 17 and round 18 that you're looking at the running backs, and the quarterbacks that you pick, you know, are either going to be somebody like a Justin Fields where you're very intentionally taking what you understand as the specific scenarios that could play out, or you're taking guys who are going to play. And so you're not using round 17 and 18 for clear holes to the roster. If you're going to have a decent number of your total BBM drafts at this time of the year, I think you want to be pretty aware of drafting in such a way that you're not filling 17 and 18 with just empty slots and going into the main competition with fewer players than the other big teams that are going to be in the finals.
We got Purple Yo showing up a little late. He wants the team read so far. I got you here. We got a 1-6-6-2 build. We went mega 0 RB. We now have Caleb Williams at quarterback. Our wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Nico Collins, Keenan Allen, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Addison, and JSN. We haven't made a wide receiver pick since 75. We also got the 2 tight ends there. Laporta, we took in the 3rd, Brock Bowers at pick 94. And then we have been hammering running back through these double-digit rounds. Tajay Spears, Zach Charbonnet, Marshawn Lloyd, Kendre Miller, Bucky Irving, and Chuba Hubbard. I think one thing that also feels good about the Chuba pick, it's like sometimes there's the temptation, and I feel this too in 0 RB builds, of like, let me lock up some touches. Let me get some production here, and you pay the premium for it early. I feel less icky about it at the end of our 0 RB run, right? Where it's the cheapest. We prioritize the profiles we care about the most. And then the thing that is hardest to predict, just this projectable volume, or maybe the least important relative to what we're trying to accomplish in this tournament, that was the cheapest piece we paid for out of this cohort.
Yeah, and one of the things that I try and do at a certain point with a back like Hubbard is, if we're coming off of a year that disappointed me to an extent, not necessarily from, I mean, he wins that job basically, but then doesn't play that well. Like, I want to be careful about continuing to go to that if we now have, more NFL level information about what he probably is. And then you have another player drafted on top of him who might be a star, and you've got an offense that maybe still struggles. And yet, my thesis from the beginning on Hubbard is that, I mean, you look at that peak year he had in college, you look at his best year in the NFL, you're probably drafting a guy who is at least a borderline NFL starter. That's a nice talent level to be able to lock yourself into in round 15.
It's also nice too, like, we're going to have so much Jonathon Brooks that, like, if you are looking to kind of balance that out of, like, the worst case scenario for Jonathon Brooks probably involves Chuba Hubbard being a league winner at his price. We're on the clock. Is this our chance to grab a quarterback here? You could do McCarthy. What do you think the play is here for a quarterback or another pick?
Yeah. Do you prefer McCarthy, or did Geno go?
No, he didn't.
Well, McCarthy is I mean,
I think
he's the guy who, when you're talking about later in the season being someone that is a real difference maker, I think you can still have more excitement about him. But I think you can draft the 3 names all together on this particular team. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Yeah, I was thinking that, and I do think it probably would have made. Well, it was funny, if I looked behind the teams, I don't think any of them had Seattle. But now Geno comes back, so we're able to get both. Are you good with Geno to round out this 3 quarterback room here?
Definitely.
Hang on, I do want to. We have our guy Meatwad in the chat has been very triggered by the Sam Howell conversation, so I just want to freak him out for a second and put Sam Howell ahead in the queue. Just really bleed it down. Meatwad out here sweating. You can't take Sam Howell over Geno Smith. Don't worry, we're going to take Geno Smith here. Geno Smith gets us our 3rd quarterback here, and now we got our 3 quarterbacks all stacked up. We got our 6 running backs, 6 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, and I do think kind of what you were hinting at here, I actually don't feel beholden to this being running back or wide receiver. I think it can kind of just be the preference that we like here.
And this is always sort of a funny one, because our first 3 or 4 drafts, I think we always had a player who, like in round 15, always had a player who has an ADP of like 215. Knowing some of those things, I believe Michael Dubner was nice enough to message me the other day and say, "Oh, he's being comped to James Cook. He's going to be awesome." Ooh. And my response, of course, was, "I love that. I'm glad that people are seeing that. It does seem like it helps when we're thinking about what his early production could be." And then, I think he's a lot better than James Cook. So
okay, all right, I'm intrigued.
We'll see what happens there. We also have, I think, a play that is another one of my favorites, and I can't remember if I labeled him as a priority. I think I I think I held back because, again, it's like an ADP in the 200s. But in terms of a pure target at this point in the draft, there is one receiver remaining who I think is a perfect fit for this team.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, we did our 6 wide receivers there through 75, which I don't even know last year if it was even possible for us to get 6 wide receivers through those routes. So this, I think, a lot of the data shows too, that you would be perfectly, justified to stop at 6 in this build. Was Devontae Walker the guy as he comes off the board? Is he that 7th guy? Yeah. Which happens. He's I've seen him going more and more in drafts, obviously to the Lamar Jackson drafter. He's also a very fun bring back if you have kind of Texan stuff set up. In this draft, he actually just goes unstacked there. Although I guess the team had Derrick Henry and Jalen Waddle. So a little, or not Jalen Waddle, just Derrick Henry, but yeah, bummer to see him go. But we'll still have some options here, although maybe the wide receivers have just fully thinned out at this point. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I don't even think if you did have a tight end target that you love, that it would be crazy. Like looking at some of our bringbacks, right? So we have Chicago, who we have going opposite Seattle and then Detroit. So we have those bringbacks for 16 and 17. Our Minnesota stuff, we have them against Green Bay in week 17, and then the Seattle stuff in 16, which is one of those fun round robins. And then obviously Seattle as well, we have against Chicago in 17 and Minnesota in 16. So we're able to kind of hit that quad, as I referred to it. You buy 2 game stacks, get 1 free there with those, which is really nice. So there aren't really any huge stacking objectives. I think we need to make it. This is just a Shawn special of which player fully unlocks the $1.5 million potential of this team.
Well, I'm kind of tracking these names coming off. So in the last round and a half, we get McMillan, Chark, Slayton, Walker, Hyatt, Boyd, and Raymond. There's a pretty fun name here that I also think fits a couple of our stars. It wouldn't be off of the QBs, but off of some of the receiving options.
All right, I'm excited here. We got a few seconds left. The drafter before us bleeding the clock down for this last pick. Colby Parkinson goes off the board. Who is it going to be, our Mr. Irrelevant here?
Well, Shipley obviously was the running back we were talking about there. At receiver, I would be pretty tempted to take Jacob Cowing.
Okay. All right. Let's it's so funny. I want to talk about Jacob Cowing a little bit. I'll let you kick things off though. Most people are going to say, hey, Ricky Pearsall's buried. And we're not even, how are we going to talk about that? Or take Jacob Cowing when we can't even get past that? Talk about why Jacob Cowing is on the menu.
Well, Cowing was such an interesting player because in his different collegiate stops, he was used so differently. He was a vertical receiver. Then he goes to Arizona and he's an underneath receiver, but he's an underneath receiver who scores a ton of touchdowns. He's really athletic. He's good with the ball in his hands. I think the 49ers can use him in so many different ways. And I mean, just you look at him compared to Pearsall, and obviously the fact that the 49ers have consistently made their better selection with their second pick at a position in any given draft, that doesn't mean that that'll ever happen again. But when you look at those two specific guys, I don't think you have to really, torture yourself to make the argument that Cowing is simply better. I also think that he might be a player who's easier for them to use as a rookie. If we go down 2025, 2026, Pearsall emerges as a star after some of these other guys are no longer there. I don't think that would surprise people. And yet, if they need a complement to the players that they already have, I think that Cowing is arguably a better fit. And then also, even though the odds of some of these things decrease as you go through the offseason, if they would lose a Deebo Samuel, I mean, the guy who you can get the ball in his hands and have him then accomplish some of those same things. I mean, he's not going to be Deebo Samuel because nobody is Deebo Samuel. He's such a unique player. But again, I think Cowing is a good fit for that. So even though it's pretty thin, I think in a situation like this where it makes sense in the greater context of the roster, I actually think the upside for him as a final round pick, and certainly then, some of the very mild benefits if he's mostly not drafted, Cowing is somebody who gets me pretty excited.
Shawn, I think this is my favorite team we've drafted so far. I feel like we were able to kind of triangulate getting our player targets, getting a super fun structure, building in a ton of correlation through these playoff weeks. Basically no objectives that we head into where we either had to reach to make it happen or kind of sacrifice on really anything, maybe other than getting a second tier of like a wide receiver dart at the very end. But even the Cowing pick, cleverly sets up the correlations with Detroit and Miami, which we are concentrated on as well on this roster. So, Shawn, I had a blast drafting this team. I'm going to recap it here for the audio listeners, and then I can get your final thoughts on this squad. Caleb Williams, JJ McCarthy, and Geno Smith at quarterback. Got a 6 running back room. Didn't take our first running back until pick 118. A lot of people like to quibble with the definition of 0 RB. You are not quibbling with it on this team. Tajay Spears, Zach Charbonnet, Marshawn Lloyd, Kendre Miller, Bucky Irving, and Chuba Hubbard. We had those 6 early wide receivers: Tyreek Hill, Nico Collins, Keenan Allen, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Addison, and JSN. And then the late round rookie dart in Jacob Cowing. And then tight end Sam Laporta and Brock Bowers. One other comment on Cowing, I should just say, Dwayne McFarland over at Fantasy Life, he has his rookie model. And I did kind of a pre-draft exercise of looking at his model relative to ADP. And Cowing was the one that jumped out as the most mispriced as far as how well he graded out in the model. I know Gretsch has talked a little bit about Cowing as well. He does seem like a super fun, intriguing late round dart. But Shawn, how do you feel about this best ball banana stand squad?
Yeah, you mentioned that there's no need for any types of justifications as it relates to giving the 0 RB label to this squad. I love the combination of wide receiver and tight end firepower. I think that you need that for the tournament. And you think about where we're going to be at the running back position. We've selected the types of profiles that break out. It doesn't mean you're going to necessarily hit on this roster, but if those guys hit, and certainly, we'd love to see them just win the jobs, not have injuries, but any of those players being freed up that hits, this team just races off to a fairly easy victory. I do think that the quarterback position is interesting in that there's not a lot of guaranteed value. We are going to need the Chicago Bears to hit, I think, for this team to work. Some other things can go wrong, but Caleb Williams to Keenan Allen is going to need to be one of those elements that hits in order for this roster to make it through the regular season, to have that postseason upside. I'll certainly be following that Geno Smith, Sam Howell stealth battle closely. See if we need to flip that pick later in the offseason.
I love it. I love it. And I did, I want to pull up here to make sure people check this out. Just a little sneak peek. Shawn just dropped this before going live. 27 priority targets for summer drafts. This does appear to have a FFPC slant, but I assume the player targets are pretty transferable across these formats.
They are. And one of the things we do look a little bit at the exploitable elements when there are some ADP differences. But Pete, as you will know, at this juncture of best ball season, and as we're into 2024 with best ball play, you do see the ADPs and the two formats track pretty closely. I don't think that any of the targets that I have are that dependent on format. Certainly you love to get those tight ends in the FFPC, but we have not been avoiding them in our drafts either.
No, where is Brock going over there in tight end premium?
So he's still a lot less expensive than it seems like he should be. It's the same positional ADP here. As I click across, we've got such fun ADP tools on the site. And I like looking at the draft grid. Puts him in the middle of round 6. So that is after Ferguson. That is after David Njoku. I question that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, I won't even ask where you have him ranked in tight end premium, but it might rhyme with round shmoo. It would be my guess there. But Shawn, as always, a blast drafting this mega zero RB, highly correlated team. This one feels like it'll be one to check back in on, because like you said, if we can get some of this running back production going, watch out for this squad. Shawn, anything else over on RotoViz people should keep an eye out for this week as we wrap up this week's edition of the Banana Stand?
Well, everybody's favorite Blair Andrews has been teasing me with some of these best ball pieces he's been working on. He's got a series going, and that first piece in it is supposedly going to be ready in my inbox here once I get off of the show. So anybody who is interested in some great content from Blair Andrews, you're going to have some of that this week and throughout the summer. I know of all the things that I get to read, that may be one of the ones I'm looking forward to the absolute most.
Awesome. Get subscribed over at RotoViz. If you guys want to check out Shawn's ranks as well, you can do so via their rankings tab. Also got Blair's rankings in there, rankings for a bunch of other sites as well. All of that part of your RotoViz subscription. And also check out the RotoViz Airwaves, all kinds of podcasts dropping all the time. The Best Ball Banana Stand has its own audio feed on there as well. You can get subscribed to that if you want to listen back, or if you're listening to the audio and you want to come check out the live stream. Shawn and I draft every Monday morning at 11 a.m. Eastern. Up next, we got the BBM3 champ, Pat Kerrane, ready to do a draft. So we are going to bid Shawn a farewell and welcome Pat Kerrane onto the show.
Scuba Kerrane, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the 1s and 2s.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
On Best Ball After Dark on Saturday, at the end of the stream, Dwayne grabbed his guitar and did a little concert. And I think I saw someone in the Discord mentioning that they need to get you and Dwayne together for a little
nice
fantasy football concert. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I didn't know Dwayne played. I got to check that out.
It was one of those things where I said this at the top of the show. It's like, there's like the guy at the campfire who like really wants you to know he could have the guitar and could sing a little bit. That was my worry when Dwayne grabbed his guitar and then he started singing. I was like, oh no, you're just actually really, really good at this. So the chat got out their lighters and we had a concert on Saturday.
Awesome.
Night. How have things been going for you over in the leg up neck of the woods? Are you still in the throes of drafting?
Oh yeah, man. I'm in a bunch of slow drafts. Just testing some stuff out. But I think I'm ready for it to slow down a little.
I saw
I'm glad
we're in a slow draft together.
50 max.
Because I'm only in like a couple slow drafts, but I wanted to, get my hound dogs in because I knew I wasn't going to be able to get to 5 fast. And then I noticed you in one of mine. So I think we're back to back in one of those hound dog drafts.
5 maxes are just great. I love them. You keep releasing 5 maxes underdog. Because I did also max the palm.
That's where I knew you had the sickness.
You taunted me. I had to.
The other nice thing too about the 5 maxes, and I guess more specifically the Greyhound's still open right now because of the single entry. It slows down the fill rate. The sickos can literally only do 1 draft. So I would love to see more like those mid-stakes single entry contests are really nice too.
It's kind of, once you have someone point out why, which happened to me, it's obvious, but the style of drafts is so different from like the puppy and the palm to the hound dog, especially from the puppy to the hound dog. And it's, because there's literally, people who would have done 150 are doing 5, but like, it is wild how much of a difference that makes. The puppy was insane with the wide receiver runs that would happen. And in the hound dog, it's like way more chill. I've gotten like weird stuff. Weird stuff never really happened in the puppy. I've gotten like mid-second Marvin Harrison, that kind of thing.
I feel like you get, I've felt that too. I feel like it's the puppy drafts where you get just like the full on ideological like drafts where someone starts 8 wide receivers. And you're like, God damn it.
I think the puppy's the hardest tournament on the site.
I think it is too.
Difficult. It's so difficult.
The puppy is the equivalent of like the red zone on DraftKings, where it's like the lowest price point, but like all of the people who are most plugged in, who are consuming every bit of content, are all in that contest.
That's a great comp. Yeah.
And there's just something where it self-selects still right now, where people who are piling in to max these are on the sicko spectrum, where maybe if we have a mid-August puppy, like that dynamic, I think could certainly change.
That's true. Yeah. The May puppy, the original puppy, is always going to be the sickest.
All right. I hopped us into a best ball mania draft. Pat, we got the 1-3, same slot I just had with Shawn. CeeDee Lamb and Christian McCaffrey come off the board. We click in Tyreek here.
Yep. And, we just had an article about diversification, how you want to kind of mix up your stuff when you have, similar players, so you kind of want to mix up the teams around them. So since you just took one of these with Shawn, let's try to draft a running back before round 14.
Yeah, man, that felt so good. I haven't done a draft like that on Underdog in a long time, where I was true double digits for the first running back, but we didn't even have to do anything crazy. We were just, clicking best player available. Next thing you know, Tajay Spears is your RB1.
I love it.
It was, I did get a chance to read that article that Pat's referencing. Is that a paywall article?
Yeah, you know what? I think I maybe forgot to add a free preview.
There was some good stuff in that. I'm not going to give anything away. I will also say Sacrilegious had some good thoughts about how diversification pertains to the sprint contest as well, which I thought was a really unique angle to think through. So if you are playing in the sprint, and specifically he had some tips on how he would even allocate his bullets to kind of maximize this edge, which again wasn't something I would have thought of naturally. So I highly recommend reading that. And I love the thought experiment he used to help people kind of understand diversification, and that it doesn't have to be exclusive to not making big player stands.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. And he has a really cool metaphor, which is like basically, what if the world forgot that everything about football, and then you happen to know you happen to remember, but then someone found all the stats, and so they were drafting off of all the stats, but the stats had mislabeled Josh Allen and Mitch Trubisky. So you are the only person who knows who Josh Allen really is, and then basically what do you do now? And the answer is you draft 100% Josh Allen, who's going in the 18th round. But you then have to diversify around that, So I think sort of a similar idea, but he gets into the kind of the tree concept, right? Where like if you have this edge, you attack the edge, but you don't need to then get caught up in a bunch of other stuff where you don't have this amazing knowledge no one else has. I thought his explanation of why this matters so much for the sprint was really interesting. Yeah. That's what I think, like, to me, it makes a lot of sense, but I like Sacrilege has a really good ability to like, kind of like without trying something, figure out what to do. Or I'm like, I just need to like mess around and then I can like learn lessons. But he's like, oh, you see the way this is set up? We want to do this.
Well, in the sprint, it's a cleaner sandbox for these thought experiments. Like the pod dynamics of BBM can really like just throw a grenade into like a lot of logically sound stuff. It like the uniqueness element. It's like these pods, just blow things up so much that combos aren't as frequent. And he actually lists out some of the popular combos, and it's a pretty small amount that they're frequented even in the finals. And that's because of the pod dynamics. But that might not be the case for the sprint, which I think is what makes that such an interesting thought experiment. Pat, we are on the clock. Deebo Samuel is here at ADP. Is he the click?
I think so.
Yeah. Also plays Miami week 16, which is maybe an underutilized early correlation with Miami and San Francisco.
Sorry, go.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, the sprint element of this is really interesting. Have you done the sprint at all?
Not yet.
Okay.
Although I think I might take Sacrilegious's suggestion and maybe enter a little bit of the slow draft streets with it.
That's what I think I'm going to do as well. And just so I can keep an eye. That was one of his suggestions. Enter one slow and then kind of keep an eye on what you're doing, especially once you already have a team. Like you don't want your team to be really it's kind of shocking to me, like how similar could be too similar with these teams, especially, I mean, if you're only going to enter a handful as well, like let's say you enter 10 and like 2 of them look like really similar to each other.
Yeah.
You kind of, what's the point? Because they compete, if they both advance, they're both competing directly with each other. You're stealing money stealing food out of your own mouth.
And I've enjoyed all of this, or let's make this pick and then we can figure it out. Classic spot here of Achane coming back around. Are we hammering this or anything cute you want to do?
I hammer it.
Yeah. All right. We take Achane here. I was going to say I've been enjoying this stuff because it validates how I want to draft in general, which is I get bored doing the same thing over and over again. So I'm like, let's mix it up. Let's see what this looks like. I just always want to have like a fresh draft that feels fun. So then seeing it like confirm that actually that might be the optimal way to approach things is a nice feather in that cap. But it is just fun from that perspective of like mix it up and also increase your EV at the same time.
Exactly.
Tyreek Hill, Deebo Samuel, DeVon Achane. I have noticed Achane slipping a little bit. Have you noticed that? I feel like people have been getting him even late third in some cases.
He's definitely falling. I think it's 2 things. I think one is the rooms are just really wide receiver heavy right now. Lots of running backs are falling. Kamara's falling a ton in the 7th. You can get Montgomery sometimes in the late 7th. You know, Aaron Jones is regularly in the 7th. Used to be more in the 6th. So like all those dudes are just kind of falling. Josh Jacobs, right? And I think it's happening to Achane and Kerrane a little bit. Somehow not Saquon, who I never ever see. But yeah, like once you get past the first 6 running backs, I guess, then everyone seems to be falling a bit. But then in addition, I think there's I feel like I was probably one of the last Achane defenders, right? Or on the 2-3 turn where I was taking him in the late 2nd and then pairing him with wide receivers I get in the 3rd, and I've now flipped that. And I thought this would happen, and I was okay with it because I was like, I'll have him paired some with neighbors, and now more have him paired with Deebo or whatever. So I want a lot of Achane. I think he's a really strong pick, so that doesn't bother me. But I am mostly just taking the 2nd round wide receiver and pushing around the turn now because he comes back a lot. Like I'm not having any trouble getting Achane in the 3rd.
Yeah. Well, it's just funny because this first draft I did this morning, I had Jamar Chase and then I grabbed Deebo and then I had the choice to take Achane, and I knew I was in kind of a piss boy room and I was like, I'm going to take DJ Moore here. Haven't been selecting him a lot. And then I ended up getting ETN as kind of the faller. And I think that's the only issue with repeatedly clicking Kerrane and Achane in round 3 is then you sometimes balk yourself out of like a really nice round 4, 5, or 6 value, depending on how you feel about those guys.
I agree. I mean, I think the whole thing right now is basically like we arrive in like round 10 and it's like, what values did you get? But then like how out of structure are you for those values? And it's just like, it's not hard to get the values. That's the easiest part, really. The hard part is showing up with the values and being like, and I have a ridiculously good foundation to move on from here. It's tough because I mean, it's really before round 10. It's more like, by the end of round 6, you know, because late round 7, like we're on this side of the board, round 7's okay, but on the other side of the board, round 7 might as well be round 9. It's just like running backs, a couple tight ends. That's it. Quarterbacks.
Yep. Yeah. And the nice thing, you lose out, you know, it's kind of like, it's a funny thing because you could say, all right, Achane is slipping a little bit. I guess you could get the correlate. It would be nice to have some Achane with Waddle I think would be nice. I have noticed I have him paired with Tyreek Hill a decent bit just because that's what lines up really nicely ADP wise. But making sure I get some Waddle with Achane, I think would be prudent.
For sure.
Here's an existential question for you, Pat. What do you value more, value or structure?
Structure, I think, is how you make sure you're not drafting dead teams, right? So structure is more important in the sense of, like, if you like only cared about structure, which this is not who I am. I feel like people know this, but you go in and you're just like wide receiver here, and you just draft based on structure. I don't think you're drafting all that sharp of teams. The value is kind of what you need to add on to well-structured teams. Well,
you could just push the plane, auto draft. You'll get all the best values at every single pick, but you won't like the team.
Right.
All right, we are about to pick here at 410. Trey McBride, ETN, Amari Kelsey had just come off the board. We'll see what Zoltar does here at 4-9. They take Keenan Allen. Do you have a creative way to play the Lamar Andrews dynamic here?
We grab Andrews if we're going to do it, because if we get Andrews and a receiver, we feel okay.
Yep.
If we get Lamar and a receiver, we don't feel so great.
Yeah, and we tried to play it the other way on ship chasing the other day with Leone. We weren't able to get Andrews because Steph Miller really had to stick it to us with an Andrews snipe. So yeah, let's mix it up and play this through this. But people are still fully justified in taking Lamar at the 4-5 turn with one of these picks.
I agree, and I think like structurally, we should probably go receiver in the 5th. So like if we don't get Lamar, who cares? We kind of set ourselves up for like, okay, wow, you're forcing us to go out of structure.
Yeah.
Or we stay in structure.
It would have been interesting. I've now finally seen like pick and start falling a little bit more. I forget which show I was listening to you. I think you were talking about Pickens a little bit, but he's a guy.
You only mentioned Pickens on ship chasing, I think.
Oh yeah, as being overpriced.
Which I agree, but I've capitulated a little.
Yeah, he was. I don't mind, in this price. He also went in the 3rd round of my draft this morning, so it's kind of that starts to get tough. I think ideally, like in my head, it would feel really good if all the elite tight ends, or at least those first 5, were off the board. And now we get Lamar coming back here.
That's pretty fun.
Let's do it. Yeah, I think I
guess the value for structure guy really has me in a lie right now. He got me. He said, "What do you care more about, value or structure?" Then they gave us Lamar in the 5th, and we're like, value.
This is a very fun team. Tyreek Hill, Deebo Samuel, DeVon Achane, Mark Andrews, and Lamar Jackson to start. And I think where you get, this is probably then where you get in the spot. Pick 70, 75. That can typically line up to get 2 good wide receivers there. You could also sometimes find yourself in a run that pushes down an insane running back value there, and you're like, I can't take that.
I think at this point is where, we can't do stuff now. Right? If you think about wide receivers giving you more flexibility, we used it all. We don't have any flexibility. Like I think I don't want to tell the wide receivers I would take at the 6-10 because there's too many to go. But we can talk about it once we're on the clock of who I would have also taken at the 6-10.
This is cracking me up from Go AZ Cards. This line, it's like if you had a grandpa who was trying to impart best ball lessons on you. You can buy a cheap chair, but if the structure's poor, you'll fall on your ass, kiddo.
Sounds like that new best ball bro just hit the streets.
Grandpa bro.
Yeah. he's got the text size on the app is like he's got to scroll.
You can only see one player at the game.
You can only see one square of the draft board. He has to go.
Back in my day, we used to start our drafts with 3 running backs and only tack 1 more on. Oh, man. I spent my salad days in drafting MFL 10s.
Yeah, that's MFL 10.
The fuck's a drafters? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him correlate. Best ball grandpa.
Best ball grandpa.
It's either that or I love it that, so I will admit I started the spreadsheet script for Best Ball Bros to start dropping in some lines. And I'm just like, what a world. Like, I'm setting up the columns for the characters. And it's like Davis Maddox. Like, Davis Maddox is one recurring human being that's not an amalgam of a bunch of other people.
Credit to Davis, man. Everyone was like, I see myself a little in that guy. Yeah, a little in that guy. A little in that guy too. And then it's like, oh, there's Davis. The guy you couldn't split up.
No, Davis just gets his own vertical.
That's impressive, you know?
It really is. All right. Okay, we are heading to the 6th round. You know, in one of my videos, I say we always have like an ADP value angel and a correlation devil on our shoulders. Now I feel like I have a grandpa on one of my shoulders guiding us through here. But this is exactly what I feared, Pat. Look at this green on the board like here.
Pete.
Yeah, this is now we're back to God. So there are some wide receivers here. There are NFL wide receivers available. As Chris Godwin comes off the board.
Less every pick.
Less every pick, indeed. So this is where you start to do the 2v2s, and you flip Achane to DJ Moore, and then grab Joe Mixon or Rachaad White this far past ADP.
Right. I hope Shawn's not watching.
So the best available wide receivers by ADP.
Oh, I thought that said Dontavian Wicks, which I was okay with.
Not that bad. Not that bad. Do you want to grab? I guess the question is, are we doing 2 wide receivers here? Or are we going to scoop one of these values?
So with Mixon off the board, I don't really. I mean, Rachaad White seems totally fine in the 6th, but who cares? I'm not going. We should take Hopkins, I think.
Yeah, let's do Hopkins here. We can make if the room wants to give us Rachaad White at pick 75, we can talk.
Yeah, we can talk then, but I'm not like super into that even. Just structurally, we need the receiver.
Yep. This is, I feel like I manifested this into existence, this run of like Ladd, Addison, Brian Thomas, because it's one of those guys that will normally be there at 70 that you're like, all right, that feels fine. And then you get DeAndre Hopkins in the 7th. We do have the one hole. I was hoping JSN would fall there. Do we do Rashee Rice?
Yeah. This is it's not a perfect spot because ideally you've got 5 wide receivers and he's the 5th, but like what is not available later is like high-end wide receiver production, right? Like that's the thing that's really, really tough to find later.
Yeah.
He gives you that after some amount of games where he doesn't give you that. And so in this spot, I think if it's just less games than people think, you know, then that's one way where your wide receiver room becomes stronger than it really has a right to be. But then even if he does get suspended for like 6 games, let's say, we can maybe we know there's a bunch of veterans that we're not that interested in, but who should be getting out there right away to start the season and putting up some points, you know, in the subsequent rounds, like round 10, 11. So they pair decently enough with Rashee Rice. I just think it gives you access to upside that's pretty difficult to find later.
Yeah, I agree. I think the other interesting player to have brought up there, and it's a guy I have not been clicking a lot. He seems to be pretty divisive, and it would be Deontay Johnson, and be like, do you treat Deontay Johnson in the same way you treat a David Montgomery or Najee Harris in a 0 RB build of like, this guy's going to get me touches to buoy me out of the gate? Do you take Deontay Johnson in a thin wide receiver build because he's a professional wide receiver who's going to catch the ball?
Yeah, I mean, Deontay's been tough for me because I know Ben really likes him, and Madison Parkhill wrote a piece on him, or not just on him, but he mentioned him in his piece that came out over the weekend, and I thought made a decent case for him as well. So I'm like, all right, I'm seeing some pushback and some enthusiasm for this guy where I really struggled to muster much enthusiasm. I think he's probably a better pick than I was giving him credit for in this range, but I still feel like, man, he does. It's sort of a little bit like, kind of fancy Cortland Sutton, like kind of vibes to me, where I'm like, I don't know. Like, I think I can get Deontay Johnson later, sort of, I can get, maybe not, like, if Bryce Young breaks out and he's kind of the clear number one, then sure. Yeah. That's a level of upside that you're probably not going to get later. In this room, Cortland Sutton went like 2 picks after.
I was going to say,
normally
when you put them right next to each other, then yes, Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, give me Deontay Johnson. Yeah. But I don't know. Normally you can get Cortland Sutton in like the 8th. So
I would say, man, if I were a Deontay Johnson drafter, I would want to have a pretty nice grip of Bryce Young paired with him. I think those breakouts are highly correlated.
Me too.
All right. Let's see here. So we got up to our 4 wide receivers. We got our alpha stack, Lamar and Andrews. We got DeVon Achane holding it down at running back, and then trying to keep up with an avalanche: Tyreek Hill, Deebo Samuel, DeAndre Hopkins, Rashee Rice, Jalen Warren.
We haven't kept up with the avalanche. We are under the avalanche. The question now is, do we die? Do we survive?
I tell you what, we're probably not surviving at pick 94. We are still living a little bit. This feels like it's a running back pick. I don't really want to spend another premium pick on a quarterback.
This has never happened to me where we got punished twice. Where they're punishing us for Lamar. The whole room is punishing us for Lamar by letting every quarterback fall. This is crazy.
Or do you want to bite the bullet on Mike Williams as a wide receiver 5?
Let's see what other wide receivers. How bad does it get after Williams?
Then you're down to Shaheed, Dobbs, Shakir, Palmer. I mean, that's if you have.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think. Hang on, let's see if this guy does. I think we have to take Mike Williams here. I think we have to.
Those are the worst words in the English language. We have to take Mike Williams. There is literally no other path to existence other than clicking on Mike Williams right here.
Like we don't have a choice. Our wide receiver 4 is suspended. Like I was counting on someone like Tyler Lockett making it back, or Cortland Sutton or something. Nope.
Yeah.
Not even close.
I mean, not being able to draft, like, God. Yeah, normally we've drafted Curtis Samuel like at pick 99 in these rooms before. We didn't even have him as an option at 94.
No.
I do want to, after this pick, there was a question I want to throw up, and Pat can wax poetically about it while I go to the bathroom. I do think here, though, we get a running back.
I agree. This is a running back pick.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here.
James Conner's pretty nice.
Yeah. No. I was trying to see if there was any other correlation angles here. We don't have anything Cleveland, Denver. I've been trying to get a little bit more Zach Moss, but I'm fine with James Conner here.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a little more James Conner because I wasn't drafting him all that much before. But if you just go back and look at what he did last year, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
You go, it's like, okay, hang on. They got a 3rd round running back who's we're interested in, but wasn't like amazing, and was like a college committee back as well. And then gets drafted 3rd round. So maybe they view him as like a complimentary piece year 1, and they're just going to ride Conner again.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then he's pretty awesome in the 9th.
Yeah, and especially too, if you're, I'm buying into like this is going to be a really good offense, a full healthy year of Trey McBride with Kyler Murray, and then you toss in Marvin Harrison. Like there are going to be opportunities here. I want to pull up this question. Can you field this one while I run to the bathroom? Copy paste says, people talk about running back and wide receiver on the same team correlating. What does that mean? How is that EV, kind of setting you up for single game correlation versus year-long correlation?
Yeah. So I think the first of all is that if let's say you end a team with a running back and a wide receiver on the same team, you're betting that that team was underpriced. That's the primary way that it's plus EV. And so I think the pushback would probably be like, well, hang on, in week 17, is their production actually going to be correlated? And it won't be like super correlated. The counter to that would be, okay, well, you could ping pong weeks potentially. Like in week 15, the running back goes off, the wide receiver doesn't really do much, but he advances with you. And then week 16 and 17, the wide receiver goes off. That would be one way that the sort of negative correlation might help. But the other thing is that they are kind of more positively correlated than I think people realize, because when we talk about correlation in DFS and stuff, we're talking about projections that were made earlier that morning and salaries that were made earlier that week. And so what is the salary of this running back and wide receiver going to be in December, at the end of December? What is the salary? What is the projection? Those things are actually correlated. If the offense is good, then both the wide receiver and the running back are going to be expected to be better than we might think they are now. So you're getting potential to sort of win because the offense was good in the regular season, but I think there's a little bit of element of winning in the playoffs as well that's, I think, a little undervalued. Just the team level correlation as a whole, a little undervalued in people's minds.
And to piggyback on like the DFS angle, when I was messing around with the solver sims a ton this year for DFS, I was shocked at how many teammate pairings I would get. Devin Singletary with Nico Collins, DeAndre Swift with Devontae Smith. Like those things pop up all the time because it's actually getting one less thing right. When you do an oppo correlation, you need that offense to do well, right, and you need the other offense. When you're just betting on a team, you just need the team to roll, and you trust production is going to funnel down to multiple positions.
Yeah, exactly.
Pat, wide receiver here. Dobbs is a faller in this room. I don't hate getting some exposure there, or we could grab another running back. I feel like we already made the Singletary pick with Connor.
Yeah, we could do Dobbs as a faller. I don't take a lot of them, but this is probably the room to do it.
That's how I feel, where it's like, obviously we're not stacking him up, but we're not going to get a ton of Dobbs. But you always want to be aware too of like overemphasizing where you think the wide receiver dead zone cliffs are. And it was like, this is where Nico was going last year. Not saying Dobbs is Nico, but if you feel icky about a range, if you're really wrong about a specific player, it could hurt you.
Yep.
And this is like, it's kind of the yin yang or the boomerang, I should say, of all the piss boys finally chilled out. And so there was finally a wide receiver value in this room as they pivoted over to other positions.
They pivoted back. They took the running backs on this. I was hoping Singletary or Spears would come back.
I think Corum is fine on this team. I've been trying to click him a little bit more. I'm open to other stuff though.
I'd also say Judy. Yeah, I think Judy works really well for this team. This is like what I was talking about. We prioritize a little bit more of these boring dudes.
Yeah. And this is, again, it's a similar thing to last year. It's like, we by necessity, we skipped over last year what would have been the Rashad Bateman, Traylon Burks to click into the Nico Collins, Rashee Rice. And I'm not calling Jerry Jeudy and Romeo Doubs that version, but I'm saying this was the range that you were, or a Jacoby Myers was going in this range. Yeah. You would never click them if you were drafting the exact same structure over and over again.
Right. And I think like when we get out of structure, put pressure on the things you believed in to get out of structure for, right? Like if you're like worried you're going to topple over, right? You press down on your foundation. Our foundation is DeVon Achane at running back, Lamar Jackson at quarterback, Mark Andrews at tight end. So like we know that we didn't put enough capital into wide receiver early on. So it's like, I just think breaking ties away from the running back position is smart. Achane needs to crush. The thing is that Achane probably needs to crush like no matter what we do from round like 7 on, but we're much better off if we acknowledge that and build the team around Achane crushes and this team is awesome, or Achane's basically available in the 7th and this team is dead.
Yep. We also now have a ton of viable QB2 pairings with Lamar. Tua is still on the board. I doubt he comes back. But you have Levis, you have Aaron Rodgers, and you have Watson all as potential QB2s. We can continue to push tight end too. And now it's going to be taking advantage of kind of the running back values in these next few rounds.
The quarterback thing was wild, man. There's so many quarterback fallers in this draft.
Yeah.
And then they got scooped up, but it was like what we see with running backs. It's interesting. I mean, I'm not like, you got us good. You know, good job, Bruce.
Yes. Well, this pairing here is funny because Downs, Palmer, Myers, these are all like wide receiver avalanche picks where it's basically like in a normal draft, maybe the quarterbacks go in this round, these wide receivers, and it just literally just got completely flipped. It was like, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
What order.
Yeah.
But man, Jermaine Burton at 133, Ricky Pearsall. I just need to play the goddamn clip.
Oh, dear God.
The names have gotten really funny on that.
Well, we updated it for last year, but even seeing Juju on there now.
No, Juju at 111 is good. I demand that we keep it for this year. It's so, because it's similar enough where you think it is this year.
Yeah.
And then Diggs, you're like, oh, it is early for Diggs. By the end, you get Sky Moore.
My God. It is wild, like how different these rooms are. Like the room I drafted with Shawn, we drafted Jordan Addison 2 picks past ADP. We drafted JSN right at ADP, just like wide receiver, no reaching. And then in this room, we fucking take Lamar Jackson and the entire mountain caves in on itself.
Yeah. I'll just grab this Lamar Jackson here. I'm sure it's not load bearing.
Yeah. Pat's like written 5,000 words about how you take Mark Andrews first to push Lamar Jackson around. It's like, Pat, there's snow just pummeling in through the windows right now. So Tua comes all the way back if you want to be done at quarterback with Tua and Lamar.
I think that's pretty great.
Yeah.
20
yeah,
plus
so we have
best ADP.
Yeah, Tua with Achane and Tyreek. And now we're done at quarterback here.
Beautiful. We've also been letting the 1 and the 2 hole have been slurping up running backs. Just
slurp.
Their bellies are full.
Slurp.
I'm hoping they're just at the table, after Thanksgiving dinner, just get the big belly. Okay, time for us.
I hate this analogy because the uncle's always reaching for one more bite of apple pie, even after unloosening the belt.
Yeah, we got to see if these are a couple uncles on the corner here. So far,
I'm letting you know, Pat, you making the slurping noise feels like something that's going to get clipped.
Look at that. So yeah, I was correct. I think we can take Chandler or Algier. Go for the bigger swing than Ford. I mean, I know Ford correlates, but I don't know. Well,
Chandler correlates opposite our Green Bay.
Oh, true.
A little bit. Yeah, let's do Ty Chandler there. He's Ty Chandler and Algier. Those are this year's like sharp but just like boring picks.
Yeah, I take a ton of them.
Yeah.
Chris Diaz says, "Best ball grandpa drafting running backs, best ball uncle slurping wide receivers."
Best ball uncle is a real horn dog. Jesus. You see that best ball brunch, buddy?
Best ball uncle and best ball grandpa talking politics.
My goodness. Pat, you guys are rolling ADP chasing today at 3:30. I actually need to get that event up for you guys, but that all three of you back in the saddle, right?
That's right. Yeah, we're all back in the saddle. Looking forward to it. Except Sam's, we take 2 weeks off. Sam comes back with a bunch of charts that make me feel bad about Rashad Bateman. So, it's just great to be back, But it makes Jameson Williams look even worse, so I can live with it.
Bindle's giving me a super chat. Best ball, Uncle David Montgomery. Best ball, Uncle. Yeah, I'll reach around if you know what I mean. I studied a girl abroad. Yeah, if you know what I mean.
Uncle Pete, Jesus, man.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. too many Jack and sodas. Start to get a little unhinged.
He gets the Value Hound shirt, but
yeah,
it's like, don't wear that.
I gave your auntie a backdoor stack once. She doesn't let me do it anymore, though. This show has lots of range. We draft with Shawn, and then we make butt jokes in the third draft.
Make a bunch of butt jokes in the second hour.
I should mention Lord Reeves, my special guest after this draft. He's here to clean things up.
Oh, Lord Reeves is coming on.
He is, yeah.
Nice.
Well, I was like, I love Lord Reeves, and I wanted to get an early draft in with him. Last year, Lord Reeves was responsible for my only share of Zach Moss in Best Ball Mania, and he was all over that late in the drafting window. So I need to get some of those pearls of wisdom in my head early on here.
Love it.
Did you, let's see here. So Ty Chandler, Ray Davis comes off the board. Jerome Ford. Oh, Jalen Wright, who I was going to mention, like, if we would have considered there as just like a full rip it in on Miami with Achane, Wright, Tyreek, and Tua. Did that cross your mind at all?
Yeah, I think it's okay. But I would want it like Chandler and Algier, I would rather take over Wright in that scenario. But then, yeah, I do think you can do it. It's sort of like you're definitely locking up one running back spot is the way I look at it. And then I try to draft like one less running back and use that to open up something else. But I don't know that we actually need, we already attacked wide receiver with volume. We're done at quarterback and we have an elite tight end. So I'm not like, I don't have that. The roster spot doesn't have like a ton of appeal,
Yep.
Sometimes it's like, man, an extra roster spot would be incredible.
This to me feels like a running back pick. We're only at 3. A lot of these, it gets real thinned out after this. Do you agree?
I agree.
Do you have a preference between the ADP value? Well, not ADP value, but right at it. McLaughlin and then Bucky, who I click in every draft.
I prefer Bucky. I didn't realize you were clicking him in every draft. It's encouraging.
Yeah. To me, well, there's
very few guys clicking him in every draft.
Well, there's very few guys that I'm just like, I think that I feel have confidence of saying he's just like mispriced by multiple rounds. I just feel like Bucky Irving is mispriced by like 2.5 full rounds.
Just because Rashad's like so vulnerable.
Well, yeah, I just feel like not only are you getting kind of the pure handcuff upside of a Ty Chandler Algier, but I think there's room to run into Marshawn Lloyd, Zach Charbonnet territory of a little bit of a standalone role. And normally we have to pay more for that.
Yeah, I agree.
And there's not really a third back there complicating things either.
None. Sean Tucker, I guess, but like he was a UDFA who didn't play at all as a rookie. Like, we're scared of that guy.
So then the question here is basically, we can grab McLaughlin, or is there a tight end stuff? We can still sit on tight end a little bit, I think.
We can definitely sit on tight end.
McLaughlin here feels good. Another guy that I feel like is not going to be a 0 here. And then I have a hard time saying that about basically any other running back we select after.
I agree.
So let me recap here for the audio listeners through 15 rounds. This has been a tough draft. We're battling here. We got Lamar Jackson and Tua at quarterback. Our running backs, Achane, James Conner, Ty Chandler, Bucky, and Jaleel McLaughlin. I think we're catching up nicely there. Wide receiver, Tyreek Hill, Deebo Samuel, DeAndre Hopkins. Then we said, oh God, Rashee Rice, Mike Williams, Romeo Doubs, and Jerry Jeudy. Tight end, Mark Andrews. So definitely into some player selections that I'm not normally on, but I think we've recovered structurally.
Yeah, we kind of had to do some weird stuff after getting some values. But I think we got there. It was a really weird, windy road, but we ended up with a running back room that I feel pretty good about. wide receiver room that's like pretty logical. You know, it's like, yeah, we're probably losing like Judy or Mike Williams or Dobbs by like, we're not super excited about them in week 17, but I think we're pretty excited to have Rashee Rice in week 17, and this feels like we can get him there now.
Yes. I think the one pick that I'm really glad that you pushed us to, just with how much, like Leggett and Polk went early. I mentioned the Pearsall Burton. Like sometimes you can kind of 2v2 it there and say like, okay, we go Blake Corum and then grab Polk, but in this room, that 2v2 isn't there. So I'm glad you got us on Judy, because otherwise you're looking at like QJ, Corley, Michael Wilson, Wan'Dale Robinson, and that feels like a real distinct tier break.
For sure. Yeah, I take a decent amount of Judy. I don't love it, but like he does feel pretty underpriced to me. Sacrilegious cannot stand Judy and asks to lower him.
That one game we were tilting our FFPC roster.
Yeah, he's like, this man quits. This man quits on people. He's gonna quit on you. Don't bet on Jerry Judy.
I need to find that part of the DMs, because that's like one time I just saw Sacrilegious like absolutely lose it. He's like, Jerry Judy's not chasing down this ball. He's got no fucking dog in him. I'll never draft him on another team in my goddamn life.
Listen, Sacrilegious is a man of his word, because I can't get this guy to consider Judy at all. I think he's pretty good value where he goes. I mean, they traded for him, they pay him. They're pretty desperate to add some pop to the Watson passing game. They can have plenty of pop and Watson's on him there, but they need to find a way to have the passing game be interesting with Watson. And maybe Judy helps that a little bit, I don't know. Probably not, but like he's in this range where it's like definitely not.
I like him, like how I want to get my Judy shares in general. It's like this specific thing. We're buried by a wide receiver avalanche, and he correlates with one of our main stacks. So it's like those are the opportunities to get there.
Exactly.
Speaking of correlation, a couple options at tight end. You could do Kate Otten with Bucky, or you could do Jonnu to rip it in on the Miami stuff.
I mean, Jonnu makes more sense, right? Like, and we don't.
Although, you know what? I think both are going to make it back. These guys have 3 tight ends and 2. Do you want to do Cade as the earlier ADP guy?
Sure.
Are you fine with a 3 tight end build?
I think this is perfectly fine 3 tight end.
Yeah.
Because what's the next available wide receiver? McMillan actually is interesting.
Well, yeah, because I was just going to say, this room is so fucking sick that Devontae Walker's already off the board. God damn it. I was going to pencil him in as a final wide receiver with Lamar, but that's not even.
Yeah.
And now with the Bateman steam, my God, 166.
Darius Slayton ghosts, bummer.
I'll live.
I think John is fine.
Yeah. I think the 18th pick is kind of a luxury pick as far as a 6th. Well, I guess we're saying we have kind of 2 luxury picks here for the 3rd tight end. I think we do it.
Yeah, we go John. McMillan was the other receiver I thought was interesting.
Why did I accidentally click his news blurb? Yes, he got paid. So we're up to a 2-5-7-3 build. Like structurally, where do you lean? Running back, wide receiver?
I think it's a luxury pick.
Yeah.
If there's a wide receiver we like, that would be better. But I don't know if there will be.
Yeah. Man, so yeah, Devontae Walker went at 188 in this room, and Rashad Bateman went at 163. I actually have no problem. Like, it's funny because my objection to the Rashad Bateman team has nothing to do with him. Like, if Rashad Bateman was on the menu in round 16 and you still like him, then like take him in round 14. Like, who cares? It does just make it harder to get those super cheap late stacks with Lamar, because that used to be really easy to tack on one of those guys in the 17th and 18th round, and now it's like people are taking these guys, they're raw dogging it.
It is what's that now? Is that the Best ball uncle who's raw dogging him?
Yeah, he's raw dogging it. What there's all this anti Bucky Irving chatter, guys.
What's the anti? What are they saying?
You better have a fucking grip load of Rachaad White. Like if you think there's an opportunity cost to taking Bucky Irving at pick 166, you better be backing up the truck for Rachaad White. Because if you say none of these guys are going to steal anything and Rachaad White is just going to run back what he did last year, you're getting a second, third round value. If that's how you're extrapolating things with zero competition.
Yeah. And I just don't think that, I don't think we should expect them to run back what they did with Rachaad White because they tried not to do that last year. They tried out Chase Edmonds. Like, not everyone plays in high stakes leagues with Ben Gretsch, who gets you on Chase Edmonds as a waiver wire pickup, and then they get him out there and it's like, oh, Ben was right. They wanted to use this guy, but didn't they get banged up or something and it immediately went back to Rachaad. So it's like, I don't know. They tried out everything available to them last year to get some early down efficiency because Rachaad White wasn't delivering it. And I think the bar is very low for what Bucky Irving has to do to get some decent run, not like take over necessarily as the early down guy, but like he's going to be involved if he's got juice as an early down runner.
I think the only argument you can make against Bucky Irving at this price is if you say there's uncertainty about him being the RB2. I think that's wrong, but that would be the best argument you could make that he's not the clear RB2.
I agree.
If you do concede he's the RB2, then he's just an absolute smash in that range as even just a pure contingent upside click who's not giving you a ton of standalone production.
I agree. That's the best count.
Okay, Pat, we got to get creative with this last pick here. The running backs are at the top. We could do Foreman like we didn't do Ford. We do another.
There's a guy that I'm trying to mix in a little bit more. Actually, two guys. One is Braylon Allen and one is Eric Gray. Eric Gray is kind of interesting because he's running with the ones as the clear RB2 right now.
I've seen
that's something. And then Braylon Allen appears to be the leader in the clubhouse to be the RB2 in the other New York team.
One of those clicks is a very fun, just fucking click Braylon Allen, bro, kind of pick. The other, I'm not ready to do the Eric Gray thing. I've chilled on Tyrone Tracy, but I'm not quite to the Eric Gray portion of that acceptance.
Okay. You'll get there.
No, I won't. I won't get there. Let's have some fun and draft Braylon Allen. Dude broke out as a 14-year-old at Wisconsin. Jesus, Casey. You guys what happened to inflation? You guys think you can just get away with all these $4.99 super chats and just continue to get me to dance around like a monkey here? For the audio listeners, can Best Ball Uncle read off this team and explain why it's winning it all?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is a good team. I don't know where this voice is coming from, Pat.
That's so much worse than I thought it would be.
It's getting me all horned up just thinking about it. Lamar Jackson and Tua. That's a nice quarterback room. Running backs, DeVon Achane, James Conner, Ty Chandler, Bucky Irving. Oh, my God, the dirty things he's going to do to Rachaad White. Jaleel McLaughlin, Braylon Allen. Oh, man. Did you say something about a 14-year-old? Wide receiver. Tyreek Hill, Deebo Samuel, DeAndre Hopkins, Rashee Rice, Zoom, Mike Williams, Romeo Dobbs, and Jerry Jeudy. And then Mark Andrews, Kate Otten, and Jonnu Smith. A lot of these kids like a 2 tight end room. I like a nice 3-way at tight end.
Anything else you want to add to this team? Those super chats cost more. $4.99 is the old price. That costs $9.99 going forward.
I would hope. I realized I was pulling down the hat, cover the face, and then just highlighting ship chasing. I needed to also cover ship chasing.
Yeah, price has gone up. Hope you enjoyed your $4.99 super chats.
Oh my goodness.
This actually concerns me. I'm getting some weird looks. This is implying that you are listening to this with speakers on in a public place. Explain yourself right now. Are you at a Starbucks?
Sorry to everyone else at this Starbucks.
Pat, do you have non-horny thoughts about this team?
Well, once it starts getting horny, it's hard to pull back, but I'll do my best. I think we did all right. I think we almost we did kind of get buried in the Avalanche, right? But there's some videos where the Avalanche buries someone, and then you're like, oh my God, where are they? And they pop up. That's us in this draft. We popped up out of the Avalanche. We're okay. We dusted ourselves off. We put our skis back on, and we skied down the mountain on fresh fucking powder. That's what we just did. We're fucking going down. We feel alive. We have the zest for life that you can only get by a near-death experience. That's what this draft was for us. We survived it. We got out of structure for a minute. It looked really bad, but we pulled it off, Pete.
The medics came over. They gave us our oxygen math, and they said, inhale some Mike Williams. They said, inhale some Romeo Dobbs. They said, inhale some Jerry Jeudy. I feel good. Let's get a hot cocoa. I'm ready for some more. My God.
Our hot cocoa was Ty Chandler and Bucky Irving. We're back, baby.
Man, the grossest I felt. So you're starting to click Eric Gray.
Yeah, I think he's clickable now.
God, I hate that for you.
Look, I mean, we know that these RB2s are really valuable later in the tournament because no one was drafting them early in the tournament. They provide this leverage. So we're going to, what's most likely to happen is Eric Gray, I'm not saying this is a lock, but I think at this point, what is most likely to happen is Eric Gray is going to be the backup for the Giants, and we're going to get to the preseason, and it's going to be very clear to everyone, and then people will draft him. And in fact, we'll be saying he's actually a really good pick because no one was drafting him back in May and June. And I'm just like, well, maybe one of the answers is if you have a read that this guy probably is the RB2, that you do mix him in sometimes on that depth chart information. And this is like a decent enough case. The Braylon Allen one, I also think he's totally clickable now because in both cases we have like additional context where we can think through these situations. How likely is it that this guy's the RB2? And on the Jets, they clearly hate Izzy. There's talks that he doesn't even make the team now. They drafted a bunch of running backs. I think they signed Tariq Cohen. They're doing all the stuff you would do if like Izzy didn't exist. And then you're also getting reports that Braylon Allen seems to be the leader, which would make sense given his draft capital, especially if you just like throw Izzy out and think he's not a factor. On the Giants, we have Devin Singletary, who's like a very kind of mediocre starter. He's one of the most he's probably the last starter who gets drafted other than I guess Zeke. So we're like not giving him a ton of respect. His backup should have theoretical value just based off that. And then the other guy in the mix is like Tyron Tracy, this converted wide receiver who's like literally learning the position, who I think is interesting and I think will be active on game days because of special team stuff. So I think Tracy's still clickable as well. But it strikes me more of like a Giant, or the Giants strike me like the Chargers a little bit, where like I'm willing to take on a little bit more risk of maybe getting the RB2 situation wrong because the RB1 is not entrenched. So that's kind of where I'm at, where like, you know what, maybe specifically with depth chart information, I'm not going to guess blindly in June, but if I think there's actually information leaking out about the depth charts, getting those guys who are only going to be drafted in August on some of my early teams and being correct does have value. So I want to start moving a little earlier on information than I did last year, I think.
Yeah, I guess that last point is an intriguing point that I probably don't think through enough. And actually, Sacrilegious used the example of the inverse in his piece today, where it's like if you pump the brakes on a guy you're hammering and then don't draft him at all in August, you might not have one of your highest conviction pieces when you have the most information and can build the best possible team. So that's kind of the inverse of it, of like, you might like a guy, but only have him within a specific window. I guess my counter would be with the Eric Gray, the way I want to apply that news is by being way less confident about Tyrone Tracy and taking my foot off the gas, where I don't want to take on the risk of I'm getting maybe a not exciting profile and I'm not fully guaranteed he's the RB2. That would be my, counter to Eric Gray. But that's why I'm more open to it with Braylon Allen. It's like, we still might be wrong that he's the RB2, but at least we're backing into a rookie profile that's pretty interesting.
That's a good counter because Eric Gray, I've definitely struggled to get enthusiastic about him as a player. It's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't do a ton. He's somewhat versatile though. Like I think his yards per route run were pretty solid, and I think he's like in the low 200s. He's not like tiny, but it's not. His prospect profile was not that exciting.
Well, Pat, we battled the Avalanche, got on to some players we don't typically draft, but I think mostly stuck the landing. Let the people know what else is going on over at Legendary Upside before I bring on Lord Reeves here for a final draft.
Yeah, check out Sacrilegious's article this morning. Really just like a good follow-up to his previous post where he talked about Jacquard similarity and stuff, but some kind of like really interesting like nuggets in there. He posted, first of all, if you max entered BBM, he's got a downloadable chart of your Jacquard similarity. So check that out. And he also gets into, as we talked about, some of the strategy for the sprint. I think a really important piece of strategy that you won't find elsewhere. So I highly recommend that article. I'm working on a running back article that I'll have out later this week.
Awesome. Looking forward to that. Like I mentioned earlier, you can catch more of Pat today over on ADP Chasing. That's a show on the Ship Chasing YouTube channel, Mondays, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Very funny show and very informative. Sam, Davis, and Pat going through the ADP market, looking at the risers, fallers, battling on whose movements are justified and not. I'll get that event up shortly, and you guys can check that up at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on the Ship Chasing channel. Pat, we'll catch you later. And I'm going to bring on Lord Reeves here for a Best Ball Mania draft.
Later.
Peace. All right. None other than Lord Reeves. We do plenty of shows together, but the last time we drafted a Best Ball Mania team was my 150 marathon finale. That was the exit. And I always think fondly of that team. One, because we were sweating it throughout the year. It was a very good team. And I also remember that it was my only share of Zach Moss, who ended up becoming one of the best zero RB clicks. And he was on like less than 10% of all BBM rosters.
Yeah, listen, when you can hammer Deion Jackson, you got to do it.
Yeah.
But no, that was a fun team. I think if we would have made it one more round, I think we would have done really well. Like we were up against it, and like we had like a monster week a week after we like got bumped out. I remember.
Yes, it was. And that's one of the other things that I love about doing these drafts with other people is like getting to have a communal sweat throughout the year with someone is very fun. It's always like that adage. Pat and I, way back in the day, we did a Fantasyland episode about the concept of co-managing. And it's like the old adage, no one cares about your fantasy team. Well, guess what? If you co-manage it with someone, there is someone else who cares about it just as much. And you can text about it as much as you want throughout the season and they won't get sick of it.
Yeah, that was the only team too I knew that was like live at the time, because I never checked until the end of the season. But yeah, it's pretty fun, man. I like doing these teams to you. I love coming on the show to you. I've always said like you are historically one of my good luck charms. I feel like when I come on this show, the takes have a higher batting average, kind of like Coors Field, right? Like I do a little better here.
And I know Lord Reeves is a man who doesn't need an introduction, but just in case, the guy behind the phenomenal worksheet over at Sharp Football does so much great work over there. I know you've been doing some podcasting as well about best ball with Todd and your guys' best ball product over there. So where are you at so far right now in best ball? Are you dabbling in some of these contests? Are you just enjoying, being a normal person who enjoys the summer right now? Where are we at?
I've been kind of just sporadically just doing drafts and BBMs. I do want to max center it this year because of the, the payout structure obviously is a lot more incentivized to try to max center it. And then I saw someone send that tweet, I think at the beginning of this week, or last week was like, there's 100 days the NFL season. And I was like trying to math out like, oh, wow, I've got to like really like ramp up like how my draft effort here because I've just kind of like, you think about it, like, oh, June 1st, we've got time, right? And then you're just like, you hear that 100 days and you're like, oh, wow. Like, I'm not ready. It's too soon.
It is. I know though. Where were you talking about it on the Spike Week podcast? Is that where you guys were talking about that?
Yeah. I was like, oh my goodness, delete that tweet, someone.
I know. It's the whole thing too, because I don't know, for me, like It's funny because I agree with you for the same reason. It's like the summer is my favorite time of the year, both to draft. Like I don't want drafting season to end. Like this is the fun part. Like I want to soak this up. I don't want to be like,
plus you live in the Northeast. Like it's just gotten nice. Like like we've just gotten the sun. Like it's finally, the weather's finally broken. We've seen the sun multiple days in a row. Look at our skin. Like you're a little better than me because you go. You probably go to the tanning booth. I don't know if you still
tanning booth. Come on, Reeves.
I feel like you're a tanning booth guy, man.
Please, this is just. I can't believe you're slandering me like this. Bijan, Breece Hall, Puka, AJ Brown. We're on the clock at 1-7.
Oh, we're drafting.
We are. Sorry.
Let's do AJ Brown.
Oh, okay. We got Spice right out of the gate. So jumping ADP, jumping 2 bell cow backs people like. You are probably the first person. Okay. But talk about AJ. Just maybe worried about this room being wide receiver crazy?
Yeah, I mean, it's underdog draft, so definitely wide receivers are going off. I also think like at this point too, like the Eagles. I think the Eagles are a really easy team to kind of build around this year. You can either even if you don't get Jalen Hurts because they got the Commanders kind of bring back as an action for Week 16, and Jaden, you get to do the double Konami if you want. You can do Hurts. Jaden Daniels, you can bring back 2. You've got the Falcons, Commanders, I think in Week 17, which is another team that's like easy to kind of cross-pollinate a little bit. So I've been going to like the Eagles. I think the Eagles bounce back too this year. I mean, obviously people forget they took the last 8 weeks of the season off last year, but the front half of the first 8 weeks, they were still as dynamic as they were the year before. I think they do bounce back and, have a big year. And AJ Brown also, we're a team grown ass man here. So we like to get those guys.
Yeah, I like it. I feel like a lot of the first round players, obviously they're the best 12 players. They get discussed a decent amount. But if I just from my anecdotal, sentiment meter, I feel like AJ Brown gets discussed the least of all of these top players. As people are like, yeah, it's AJ Brown, but they were awful last year. Devontae Smith eats into the workload. Sure, I'll click him here, but I haven't seen anyone have any enthusiasm for him yet. So I like hearing it from you.
I mean, he's just consistent, right? I mean, you look at the routes he's run in Philadelphia compared to Tennessee. Basically, almost 200 more each year there. They've got a thin target tree and spike weeks. He's got spike week potential. And AJ Brown hits. He usually hits like pretty. He thumps. So especially when we get more games against Emmanuel Forbes again.
I also just had a flashback, Reeves, because I didn't pull up the team that we drafted last year, but I remember we kept setting up stacks and getting sniped. Yeah. We did an AJ Brown, Devontae Smith sniped on Hurts. I want to say, didn't we do a Metcalf Lockett and got sniped on Geno? We did, and got
sniped on Geno, and we ended up getting like a Goff Laporta team as a default, and like those were 2 of the best value picks at the onesie positions you could have had last year.
Not to mention the team that won it for Reach Heat had a very similar thing happen to him. He was trying to get the Dak Prescott snack, get sniped. He was trying to set up a Freiermuth snack, get sniped, and then falls back on the Goff. Or sorry, Jared Goff got sniped. He settled on a Jordan Love, Jaden Reed, which ended up being the piece you needed there. So getting sniped on your stacks isn't the worst thing because you already have the stacks, and then you just build out another one.
Yeah, I mean, in quarterback in general, I mean, we saw last year, like, it was arbitrageable again, especially when you don't get, like, those Konami guys, like, because when you have the guys like Burrow or Herbert or Trevor Lawrence that have, like, that fringe QB1 ADP, and they kind of leave the door open when they don't hit their apex outcome, which is very thin for those guys to hit. They have to be elite passers. Then it opens up the door for the guys like Jared Goff last year, Baker Mayfield last year, those guys to kind of run them down, even Derek Carr to an extent, who had a bunch of 300-yard games.
Yep. We are on the clock here by ADP. You're looking at a bunch of wide receivers. Ayuk, Olave, Nico, Debo, Evans, Waddle. Do you have a flavor you like here?
I mean, I love all those guys. I'd be fine with Olave. I think probably stands out the most, playing all those indoor games. Yeah, I think Olave is the pick here.
Let's do Olave. I've been clicking him a decent bit. You'll also see him go at the 1-2 turn, which I think is perfectly justifiable. Like the market is kind of decided. Marvin Harrison, Drake London go here, but I mean, can you really make a convincing case that they're that much better of a pick than Chris Olave? I don't think you can.
Let me ask you how you've been doing. I'm sure you're further along in these drafted a lot more teams than me because you do the show. How have you been handling like the Raiders run back stuff? Because everyone's been talking about like the playoff schedule, right? And the Raiders have these like 3 games. They're the only team that plays 3 games indoors during the 15, 16, 17. And the teams that they play against are teams we inherently would want to stack. So how are you handling like the Raiders side of it?
Well, when I draft with Shawn Siegele, we handle it by taking Brock Bowers 40 picks ahead of ADP in every draft is how we handle it. But honestly, I haven't been selecting a lot of Adams. I haven't been selecting a lot of Jacoby Myers. I'll take Zamir White in 0 RB builds. And really it's just being heavy on Bowers. That's really the only way I've been playing the Raiders. Where are you on how you would like to attack that offense?
Yeah, I don't mind sometimes because if you don't take Devontae Adams, I mean, you have to kind of bet on the passing game in those games, especially end of the year. So like I thought Bowers has been a pretty solid pick at ADP where he goes, peppering a little bit of Jacoby Myers. And sometimes on the very way out the door, if I've stacked those other teams, we throw a little Tre Tucker at the very end and try to hit some home runs, man. You look at the last 5 weeks of the season for Tre Tucker. I mean, he had some nice spike production. If he catches a touchdown, it's gonna be a long one.
All right, but don't ruin our round 18 pick by talking. I mean, if Tre Tucker goes in the 14th round in this draft, I'm blaming you, Rich.
Listen, we did it. We did our service if we get him on the 14th round. They took the bait then. No, but
there you go. Yeah, I was saying earlier, it's like I've been doing 4 drafts in a row on Mondays, and the rooms have all been so different. I do tip people off in the Discord who are YouTube members when I'm hopping in the draft, and so sometimes more of them are able to get in. But like Pat and I were in just a crazy wide receiver avalanche room. And then the draft before with Shawn, it's like we were getting all of our wide receiver targets right at ADP. So I don't ever know what to expect in these rooms these days. Devontae Smith comes off the board, so no chance to set up a premium double there. Looking at ADP, you got Kerrane, Laporta, Pittman, Derrick Henry, Cooper Kupp, Zay Flowers as Josh Allen comes off the board. What do you like?
I think that the best pick here is Cooper Kupp. I think when you look at his splits last year with and without Puka Nacua, he was still getting 27% of the team targets with Puka on the field. And you just hope for a little better run out of health. One thing I always go back to and remind people when we get to August, guys that are hurt in August or coming into the season, you got to kind of fade those guys at the end of the year. Like those guys typically underperform at the end of the year. Think about everyone that was hurt coming into last year. Cooper Kupp, Travis Kelce, Christian Watson, like it's always a red flag when the guys enter the year hurt. They're just never kind of the same. And then you look at guys that get hurt early in the year, like Austin Ekeler picked up that ankle injury in week 1 in a game where he had like 150 total yards and then was just never the same again. So I think Cooper Kupp just being healthy, we know it's a thin target tree. They didn't add anybody. Like the Rams didn't add, like they drafted Jordan Whittington or whatever, the other dude from Texas, like the 5th target on the team. And they still running back the ghost of Demarcus Robinson. I think just in the third, I think he's just really palatable in the 3rd round. And then if you get any contingency value if anything happens to Puka.
Yes. And I was just going to say more from I like that from the X's and O's angle and from the kind of game theory angle. I like, Puka will often go ahead of AJ Brown. He'll often be paired with Cooper Kupp, obviously with Marvin Harrison for that correlation. Getting Cooper Kupp on a team where you essentially kind of pass on Puka to take AJ Brown and playing it as like, hey, maybe this gap in ADP isn't justified. Maybe Cooper Kupp is back to being the full-blown alpha there. I kind of like how that lines up as well.
Yeah, so I mean, we're looking pretty good here. I mean, I don't have any problem with like Kerrane where he like that point where he fell. It's just it's these underdog drafts. You just have to remind yourself every time a running back looks attractive, when you draft like the next round, they're still good. You're just like, oh my goodness, these guys are still okay. Like I could have waited one more round.
Exactly, and I have that happen a lot, and I mentioned that to Pat. That's why I've kind of stopped taking Achane and Kerrane in the early to mid 3rd because it's like, man, every draft, I get a huge ETN fall. I get a huge Pacheco fall. I get a huge Rachaad White fall. Like you pick your poison. It's like, I'd rather just scoop the value in 4, 5, 6 than take it in round 3, because then I always do the 2v2s and I'm like, man, it sure be nice to have DJ Moore on this team instead or whatever.
Achane is hard to like pass up just because of what he offers on like a weekly basis. I can't wait for like the redraft season to come along to see like what happens with him. He's definitely gonna be a dude I want to target in auctions, but it feels like the Breece Hall thing last year a little bit though, where like people talk themselves into the downside a little more than the upside, and that it's just I think just 3rd round Achane it's really hard to not click him.
Yeah, I mean, Pat said it in a very simple way, and I love doing this exercise too. It's like if you could envision waking up in the week 17 finals and going through your roster, be pretty excited to have Achane on that team. Be like, yeah, you could drop 40 and absolutely be the guy you need today. All right, so let's see here. If Mr. Robot doesn't go Hurts, we will have gotten the Hurts stack at a decent value. Otherwise, he doesn't go there. Should we scoop up Hurts?
Oh, yeah, I'm good with that.
Or I don't want to force it.
Wait, who's the top receiver available? We could also try to do like a like Andrews plus Lamar thing, but I think that if we miss on one, it always sucks when you miss it. Just take Hurts. Let's just do Hurts. Let's just do it.
Yeah, I was looking because the other thing is behind us, Devontae. I thought, is there maybe a chance Hurts? But there's just no way with the Devontae Smith drafter and him falling behind ADP.
Yeah. Just because Hurts was a little lower, sometimes when you get in that 4 or 5, you try to set up that double dip of Lamar Andrews. I always like it's like kind of one of my go-tos in the middle to try to pull that off. But I would have felt better if we were more towards one of the bookends and we could have done it.
For sure. Yeah. I like how this shook out there because sometimes you'll see, I guess this works out well. Jalen Hurts will get, selected naked by a drafter coming back around, but getting him to fall past ADP to us with Brown works. And
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I know we do inherently want to stack, but I think Hurts is one of the guys, like if he slides past ADP and you're kind of there and you're like, well, he's like one of those guys you can draft without getting Smith or AJ Brown, because you can always get Goddard later too.
Yeah. What do you attribute the Eagles kind of just completely going off the rails at the end of last year too?
I mean, there was a lot of it. I mean, they had just a plethora of like rotation of offensive line injuries. And Hurts was playing hurt obviously as well. He picked up that knee injury because look at his rushing output, from like the middle of the season on too as well. He had the rushing touchdowns from the tush push, but like he stopped scrambling as the season wore on too with that knee brace. So I do think that we'll see them be a little more electric. And adding Saquon doesn't hurt either. So just another good player on a team full of like really star players.
Yep. Yeah. It's like, I have two minds of it where I'm like, the prices on AJ Brown, Devontae Smith and Hurts like aren't that different from last year. Like you're not getting a discount based on how poorly they ended the season. And yet I do want to be in on a bounce back for them.
Yeah. I mean, cause like I said, the front half of the year, you were getting that run out still. And even while Hurts was limited, he was still scoring a bunch of fantasy points because all the rushing touchdowns. I know Gretsch thinks Kelsey's can impact that. I have no idea really, because I mean the only two guys that successfully run the tush push are Hurts and Josh Allen, and like both of those dudes are like behemoths, like they're tree trunks, like they're built like Cam Newton was. And I think that there's definitely some probably corollary to those guys being bigger than the average quarterback that kind of leads into them guys having success with that play while other teams struggle with it.
Yep. DFS Honest 3-hour stream. Yeah, we will we'll be at 4 hours before we wrap this bad boy up. We've been doing these mega best ball breakfast streams on Monday. I do a solo draft with Shawn, draft with Pat, and then I like getting some special guests in here for a final draft, and I've already been reaching out to some others that will get swinging by here on Mondays. If you guys aren't subscribed, definitely subscribe here, as well as to the Deposit Kingdom YouTube channel, where I've been doing more in-depth strategy videos, not live streams, highly produced stuff there. Get you in, get you out with some good stuff. And I'm going to have a video about elite tight ends later this week over there. Reeves, we're about to be on the clock here. I assume we don't want to dabble with quarterback. Looking at ADP, you got James Cook, Hollywood Brown, Jaden Reed, Rashad White, Pitts. Anything stand out to you?
Nothing tremendous. I think probably here then we'd probably look at Pitts maybe. We get a little bit of a chance to maybe do like a Commanders thing at some point. I know Terry McLaurin's off the board, but if we add a Commander, that gives us week 16 correlation with our Eagles and then week 17 correlation. And also I'm just like I'm going back to the well on Pitts. I know that there are some people are just like, we're doing this shit again. And I get it. But like this, would you just look at from a top-down basis, all the changes there and him playing hurt last year? How could you not, man? I always try to remind people, he's not even going to turn 24 years old until October of this year. He's only 3 months older than Laporta. Travis Kelce didn't even catch a pass in the NFL until a month before he was 25 years old. Like, this is still one of the most prescient tight ends. We're getting a huge offensive upgrade with Zach Robinson. There's going to be easy buttons in this offense. And then you add the Kirk Cousins factor and just getting a quarterback that can actually throw with some accuracy. And remember, we don't have to like the Penix pick for the Falcons, but Penix is like insurance on our fantasy guys this year. Like, he's better than the average backup across the league. So, I mean, I'm going back. I've never really been in on Pitts like until this year, but like, I just feel like his ADP is so solid compared to the tight ends, and like especially like a guy like Dalton Kincaid, right? Like I just feel like Pitts offers a lot more upside than Dalton Kincaid does.
I'm starting to get more and more. I mean, I've been clicking Kyle Pitts, but like all of the most logical fantasy minds I know are in on Kyle Pitts, which normally the Kyle Pitts stuff, it's like, here come the truthers, steaming him up the board. But I listen, Leone is in on him. Dwayne McFarland is in on him. You're in on him. You three are like on my Mount Rushmore of like level-headed fantasy analysts who don't get caught up in steam and enthusiasm. If you guys are all in on Kyle Pitts, well, fucking sign me up, Rich.
I've never been in on his cost until this point because of the Arthur Smith stuff and the fact that he basically was used as just a vertical target for his career. I mean, you just, especially when this applies to Drake London, because a lot of people are pricing it in on Drake London already. I mean, this system has, wherever it's gone, has been successful because there are just these inherent easy buttons, man. Like it's like they're just going to be easy throws in this offense, and then you pair it with just a quarterback upgrade. And remember, Kirk Cousins has already played in this similar system with Kevin O'Connell. So I mean, yeah, I just think we're going to see a lot of really like them London and Pitts especially have like the best years of their early careers right now.
Yep. I love it. We now have a 1 quarterback, 3 wide receiver, 1 tight end build. And I guess the other thing, just to think through it from an ADP landscape of taking Pitts there is, I'm guessing you feel like the 2v2 of Pitts, whatever wide receiver or whoever we take here, versus taking, say, the wide receiver versus potentially getting boxed out on Kittle, who does go here, that it's just easy to lock up that elite tight end and not worry about the opportunity cost here.
Yeah. Let's pick our player here because I always tend to talk through picks.
Yeah.
What do we want to do here? I think we're probably looking at. I mean, are we a Brian Thomas here? Is that where we are?
Brian Thomas, I think is. I'm Brian Thomas and Rome over Ladd, so I'm good with either of those guys here.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's where we are.
I like this too because we made our 2 detours. We got our elite quarterback. We got our elite tight end, and you can get shut out at wide receiver here. So getting that 4th guy, getting some rookie upside with this more veteran wide receiver room, I think definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and you look at just the amount of end zone and red zone targets Calvin Ridley leaves behind in that system, and obviously Gabe Davis could be a factor there because, like, if we know what Gabe is, he's not a target earner, but we know he can draw, red zone and end zone targets. That's like basically how the Bills use them. So it could be a situation where maybe Gabe does cannibalize him a little bit, but I just think when you're talking about like overall upside, Brian Thomas kind of represents that value of being like a full-fledged wide receiver. And I think we'll see him in the NFL do a little more of that just because he won't be playing alongside neighbors. And, granted, Kirk and Ingram are going to take a lot of like that tertiary, like intermediate stuff, but I think we'll see him run a little bit more of a diverse route tree than we did his final year at LSU, just because Neighbors was so damn good in that role.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do love Kittle, though, to go back to that. I didn't think we were going to get Kittle coming back. So we could have forced him, but Kittle's ADP is awesome because obviously he gives you flexibility, like to get Purdy later. And then at tight end, like who cares about 4 weeks, right? Like Kittle, when he hits, he's hitting for like absolute like difference making weeks. So, I mean, Kittle's ADP has been amazing so far.
That's one of the things I'm highlighting in the tight end video I'm working on. It's like, we literally already have an example of George Kittle being an inconsistent regular season performer and winning someone $2 million because of 2 spike weeks in the playoffs. It's like, It does not matter. Like, these guys become the guys you need because they can separate at the position. But even then you used to have to pay like a 2-3 turn price for George Kittle. And now you get him in the 6th round whenever you want. So it's like a lot of even the, if you take him in the 2nd round, you do need more consistency from a season long perspective there. You need him to almost be like an alpha wide receiver, but in the 6th round, you can feast on a couple of, well-timed spike weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, and then Purdy always floats around. Like I said, you can do a backdoor stack pretty easily there as well. Let's see. I know we're coming up again.
Yeah. So looking at ADP, still don't think there's anything we need to do with quarterback here. We're looking at Jones, Deontay Johnson, Ramondre, Zamir White, Swift, Harris, JMO.
Yeah, I'm fine with any of those running backs. This is the area I start to kind of monitor DeAndre Hopkins because I think he's just supremely undervalued.
He just went.
Yeah. Son of a bitch. Yeah, this is I think he's just so undervalued.
You like Aaron Jones?
Yes, I do like Aaron Jones a lot. And I think we saw any week Aaron Jones was healthy last year, he was awesome. You go back week 1, he absolutely eviscerates the Bears, hurts his hamstring on the 35-yard touchdown he scores, kind of comes back too early, re-aggravates the hamstring, misses a couple weeks, and then in the final 5 weeks of the season, where he had 5 weeks where he went over 100 yards in a row. He's the first Green Bay Packer in history, Green Bay running back history. And the Packers have been around since the inception of football. And then he's now going to be playing indoors. His only competition is Ty Chandler. That's all they have. And he can catch passes. JJ McCarthy can definitely facilitate passes running back. And the other thing I like about Aaron Jones is receiving is that the Vikings really have not added a viable wide receiver 3. And this is inherently a system under Kevin O'Connell. Again, it's the Zach Robinson, McVay. They want to play 11 personnel, but the Vikings don't have a good wide receiver 3. Like Brandon Powell is their wide receiver 3 right now.
Yeah. Aaron Jones is another one of those guys where, him and Jake Ferguson, like if you took their playoff stats and included it, they would probably be going like 2-3 rounds higher. Like if they had done that production in the fantasy playoffs, but like what Aaron Jones did in those playoffs, I mean, just full blown workhorse, just monster, goes into San Francisco, balls out there as well. So yeah, Aaron Jones I love that price on him at 79, for our first running back. And this goes back to, again, how different the ADP landscapes are. You used to have to pay a 3rd round price for this kind of profile in this kind of situation. Now you can grab your wide receiver, your quarterback, your tight end, and still get this in the middle of the 7th round.
Yeah, I love it. And like I said, the Vikings are an interesting team anyways, because, you have Justin Jefferson at the top and then just a wide gap in ADP to the rest of their guys. Which makes them pretty interesting. Because they're an offense, they're proven. Like it's like, Kevin O'Connell, like he was patchworking like Josh Dobbs and Nick Mullins, and like they were closing the year with like some spike games still. Like even Jordan Addison, the Cincinnati game with Nick Mullins as a starting quarterback went nuts in that game. Like he was definitely inconsistent when Justin Jefferson was on the field, but we even seen Jordan Addison have a monster spike week with Nick Mullins.
Yep. Oh yeah, I remember it was cash game week in week 18.
Him and T. Higgins together.
Yeah, double stacked. So we got this 1-1-4-1 build. Hurts to AJ Brown at our stack. We got Aaron Jones at running back, Pitts at tight end. Our other wide receivers: Chris Olave, Cooper Kupp, Brian Thomas. Wide receivers certainly picked over in this range, unless you got any love for like Sutton Samuel early, but they might even come back around. Seems like the sweet spot here is
Curtis Samuel's ADP is something I don't
completely out on.
I don't see this. There's a couple guys. We talked over Ladd McConkey at the Brian Thomas pick too, but Ladd McConkey's ADP doesn't make a lot of sense to me too. I don't know what you expect the run out to be for Ladd McConkey on a team that's probably going to be bottom 10 in the NFL, and that might be conservative in pass attempts. And then also he might not play in 2 wide receiver sets as much as people want him to, especially early on in the season. Given that even if you're betting against Quentin Johnston and DJ Shark and Josh Palmer, like those guys are never going to move into the slot. Where like if they do,
we're on
play
the clock, Rich. Sorry to cut you off here. Jonathon Brooks, Amir White, Najee, Mostert, Zach Moss, Bowers. What do you like?
I'm good with almost all of these guys, especially Najee or Brooks. I think Brooks is probably the pick just because we're talking about end of season stuff, right? Like, yeah, we're just talking about Jonathon Brooks being the best he can be the final month of the season.
Yep.
Right. And then you're talking to a team that added. So this is a team that played 10 different offensive guards last year. There's a reason the Carolina Panthers went and just overpaid for Damian Lewis and Robert Hunt. And it's because they just got absolutely smoked in the middle of the field last year. And that's what happened. So definitely the offensive line's upgraded. We hope Aquanu doesn't have like the Evan Neal, Trevor Penning run out because he was trash last year, but they still got Tyler Moe. And the offensive line's gonna be a lot better though for Carolina, especially if Aquanu's good.
Yeah. We do select Jonathon Brooks there. He also just, strikes me as a guy who, I mean, if he's ahead of schedule, right, or we get that, the training camp buzz and stuff, and you start to see the concerns about a slow start wiped out. I mean, he could easily go 2-3 rounds earlier in drafts come August if there's a ton of hype, because the market doesn't care about Chuba. Like Chuba's a late round pick. It's not like there's anything holding people back from this enthusiasm. So I do think Brooks will continue to rise, and I want to continue to click him in this 8th round range.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I wanted you to click him over Zamir White, who is a clearly correlated play with what we had going with Olave. And it's because I don't want to force a stack with a player I believe is inherently worse than the player we're taking, right? And especially when you look at Zamir White, by then, who knows if Zamir White's even like the bell cow by that point of the season, right? When we're talking about that stack mattering. When you look at Zamir White, and it's good to look at like his usage last year, but remember, look at the quarterbacks the Raiders beat in the Antonio Pierce wins, right? We're talking about guys like Easton Stick, Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, and Tommy DeVito were 4 of the 5 wins they had. So it's like this is a team that's just not going to be able to like pound the football against a harder schedule.
We are on the clock. Reeves, Pollard slipping past ADP.
I think we got to go Pollard here, right, for the Brian Thomas. Now, we get we get an ADP correlated. So we still get it. We get the stack back.
And I talked about this. I made a video about the schedule, and I see Benjamin getting excited about the correlation play. The way I so loosely think about opposition correlation through like the first 10 rounds. Like I want to be getting the player targets that I want in those first 5 rounds or 10 rounds, the ADP values. And then I start to use correlation to make tiebreakers, to push guys up, these fringe players. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't be correlating in the 8th round or whatever, but it's like, that is not when it becomes front of mind for me. I really start to turn it on once we get late. And I just get so much more excited about the Jonathon Brooks late season potential.
But I'm with you. I think when we draft in August, Brooks is a guy that's probably going ahead of a couple of the backs that he went, like Ramondre Stevenson, right? Like, what are you getting out of Ramondre Stevenson? I think he probably jumps him. I don't know if he jumps James Conner, like DeAndre Swift. He could potentially jump up into that area. So, I mean, I think he definitely moves up as we get on.
Yeah. So this is the team so far. We got Hurts at quarterback, Aaron Jones, Jonathon Brooks, Tony Pollard at running back, wide receivers, AJ Brown, Chris Olave, Cooper Kupp, Brian Thomas, and then tight end Kyle Pitts. And I kind of like how this worked. We kind of sidestepped this, kind of thinner wide receiver tier, kind of a purgatory tier with the Shakir, Curtis Samuel, Tyler Lockett, Dobbs, Sutton.
Oh no, there's a guy we got to get here if he's there. Where are we at on the board? I don't know who's watching this. I gotta watch it because Shaheed went. He just went. Okay, yeah. Oh. Shaheed was the dude though.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say Dallas Goedert to get our double stack with her.
Oh, we can do Goddard. I don't mind that as well. But Shaheed is definitely like he's been like an auto click in 9-10. Like,
yeah.
I mean, his splits with and without Michael Thomas on the field, and another team that like really didn't add anything to the wide receiver to really push him.
Yep. So yeah, Brock Purdy goes. Caleb Williams falling here. I don't think we have really anything to make sense of it. To me, I like.
No, we're fine. We're fine still on that. Yeah,
I like getting Goddard and being done at tight end here. Get that double stack with Hurts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, and obviously, 4 wide receivers here. We're gonna have to cover ground, but we're making big bets on these 4. We need these 4 to be good. And this still is kind of not a particularly fruitful wide receiver range of the draft.
No. Well, I mean, it's underdog. This is what happens. It's been gutted. And then you've got teams that are like, well, I have to take a guy, right? And I think a couple of guys represent some value there. I think Shaheed, potentially even Mike Williams, I don't think is like the worst pick in a best ball format because, again, you're talking about end of the season, right? You care about him being good the back half of the year, especially at that ADP because you're drafting as your wide receiver 4, your wide receiver 5 plus. And that's all you care about is the end of the season run out. Because Mike Williams is another one of those guys. When you look at his splits the last couple of years when he's just been on the field, he's been incredible. He's been absolutely really good. And on a per play basis, he's been as good as a guy like Brandon Ayuk, which is pretty wild to think about, when he's played.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like how this team is shaping up there. Were any of these running backs who went off, were you tempted at all? Like, hey, let's grab Brian Robinson. Let's grab Tajay Spears instead of Goddard?
I think with us getting Pollard, Spears was already off the board, but Brian Robinson was definitely someone that like at least crossed my mind. Just because we're going to have that Jonathon Brooks early season, right? Like we're not really counting on Jonathon Brooks to do much, maybe the first 6 weeks, maybe the first 8 weeks of the season. If we get anything in over that period, it's just a bonus.
Right. Yep. And we got some nice correlations here. We didn't get to talk a ton about Tony Pollard, obviously the Pollard, Brian Thomas. I assume you find this price now to be pretty nice as far as like his path to, paying that off.
Yeah, and I think Pollard's another one of these guys we talked about, coming off of the offseason surgery. He talked about he didn't feel good until the Carolina game, and his season splits kind of show that, how good he was towards the end of the year. And then we talk about, again, guess what? It's another system. Where'd Brian Callahan come from? The same coaching tree we've been talking about this entire, time we've been drafting. And you look at like Tony Pollard, his career running out of 11 personnel. He's been obviously, in Dallas, he basically only ran 11 personnel to Zeke years, but he's going to be in a situation where now he's back running consistently with 3 wide receivers on the field, where he's been historically his best this career. I do think Spears becomes interesting though, because
I do think here, Reeps. Sorry. There's both Cowboys backs. If we want to bring back Jerry Jeudy, Dontavian Wicks, anything quick?
I'm good at Jeudy here.
Okay, let me. Sorry. I was trying to make this work as quick as I could.
And that's not. See, I knew it was going to happen. I was going to talk through a pick eventually.
It's okay. The only reason I was thinking, not that there isn't some opportunities to correlate, but grab a Dallas back as opposite our big week 17 Eagle stack. I thought would make sense, but yeah, Jeudy would have been fine.
Yeah, and who knows? Jeudy still might be there. The way Jeudy goes with these drafts, sometimes he's there. But I knew I was going to talk through a pick. I don't even remember what I was talking about at that point. But
you were talking about Pollard and Spears.
Oh yeah, the one thing that I think is interesting though is that I think both backs are interchangeable. It might, and that's what makes Tennessee interesting. That's what makes Spears interesting, I think, as an arbitrage on Pollard, because I do think that they both can just kind of be. I think they're very similar players, and like the Titans could maybe. It might not be a thing where it's like Pollard plays at a certain role. They might just swap those guys in and out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what was it, like the old school Tevin Coleman, Devonta Freeman?
Right. Yeah. But I think that it gives the Titans a lot of flexibility.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny how quickly like perception of like player archetypes think, where it's like 2 years ago, the way we thought of Tony Pollard, this like space back and get him. And now when I hear the name Tony Pollard, I'm like, between the tackles grinder. That he doesn't have to be pigeonholed into that. That's just how he was pigeonholed by the Cowboys last year.
Yeah, it's just the way it fell apart. And people forget too that Dallas offensive line, fell apart, and it might not even be as good right now as the iteration of the Tennessee Titans offensive line, which is something to say about the Dallas offensive line. But now we're invested in Rico Dowdle, so I gotta have hopium.
Yeah. Do you have if we would have had more time there? Are you Rico or Zeke in that spot?
I don't know. What's door number 3? I don't think that Dallas is done. Basically is what I say. I think Dallas is going to add another back at some point still.
Like through a trade or just off the free agent trash?
Yeah, or like, if someone becomes available, or like one of these like dusty dudes that are hanging out in the streets. Like I don't think that they're done. And like I said, the offensive line is not particularly that good. I'm not overly intoxicated by any of them, but if you force me to pick one of the two, I would pick Zeke, just because of the touchdown equity, right? It's a team we do still believe is going to score points. So if they're going to get inside the 5, are they giving Zeke the ball or Dowdle the ball?
Right. Yeah, and I guess it's interesting because Jerry Jeudy does go here. Let's actually figure out this pick before we go.
You want to double dip? You monopolize
I really don't. I think this is probably a wide receiver pick here for us. Do you like any of these? Leggett, Gabe Davis? Polk,
Polk probably here represents the most kind of value. Just you look at the pocket of wide receivers he was drafted with, and where those guys go compared to where he goes. And what if Drake May just is a little bit better than people expect out of the box, right?
Yeah.
But this isn't the same thing in Dynasty. The Dynasty rookie drafts, Polk's ADP compared to like some of these other guys that are more hopium infused in that same like 10, because there's 10 wide receivers that went like 15 picks apart with each other.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's, so is that one where you have the market kind of has it wrong as far as Leggett going ahead of Polk for you?
Yeah, I think so, because Leggett is going to be, I think, more nuanced year one with Deontay Johnson and Adam Thielen, kind of being in kind of locked in roles where it's very nebulous in New England right now. It's like if Polk had 120 targets, I wouldn't blink, right? Like if we fast forwarded.
For sure. Yeah. How do you think what was your evaluation on Polk, just like as a prospect? Did you like him?
Yeah, I thought he was solid. Definitely a guy I thought that could work. I think he could play inside more in the NFL than we saw him, because just McMillan was that role in that offense. But definitely not a guy that I think that's just pigeonholed to like winning vertically like he did a lot of Washington, because that was the structure of the offense. I think he can play inside in the NFL as well.
Yeah. I like him a good bit too. He also always sets you up if you want to take Drake May late, which is a nice.
I mean, isn't the same argument for him kind of the Ladd McConkey thing? Like, people take McConkey because they think he's locked in, and he has less competition in a team that's probably going to have to throw more, because the Patriots are going to be one of the bottom 4 teams in the NFL.
Yeah, no, it is interesting that like the Ladd and Keon stuff is so priced up relative to the perceived opportunity. Polk has moved up in a bit over the past.
But we know why Coleman is going where he is.
Yeah.
I don't really have pushback on him. I mean, it's the Josh Allen factor, right? It's just
yeah,
he's attached to Josh Allen.
Yeah, I think that the Ladd stuff though is he's a guy I made a conscious effort in some of our early drafts and on chip chasing, and I would say to Gretchen, those guys, they would, Gretchen's like, man, we're taking this guy in the 8th. I'm like, let's just take him in the 8th because we're gonna really hate it when he's in the 6th. So it's like I've already quickly felt that where I'm like, man, I have a hard time. Like, I'm never clicking him ahead of Brian Thomas, Rome Odunze, and even Jordan Addison, and that's the decision that you get in basically every draft.
I mean, I'm like 15 picks below market where he goes at the wide receiver position,
which is not overall ADP at the wide receiver position. Yeah. We do see a grip of wide receivers coming off here. Gabe Davis was the other guy people, Tyler mentioned in that. Obviously, we have the correlation with Brian Thomas and Tennessee already, but that would have been an option. But I like getting the breakout potential with Polk there. And then it seems like the pendulum might have swung back to us getting another running back here, unless
we know what we got to do then. Yeah, we got to. Is it our pick?
Almost. We're up
right.
in 2 here.
Well, there's 2 things. We have 2 avenues here, I think.
Okay. Talk it through. I don't think this other person's in the draft.
Oh, well, there goes. I was going to say Algier because of the correlation like later on in the year if we do the Falcons, and then we can do the Kimani Vidal, Patriots kind of run back. By then, who knows if Dobbins or Gus Edwards are standing. Or we could do Jalen Wright as well. I think like any of those guys are good with me. Ray Davis could have a role early in the season as well. I mean, this is good. I love this group of guys, right? Like,
me too.
This is just a really sound group of guys. Ray Davis is probably the best pick at ADP, I think, because Vidal could slide through.
I went with Jalen Wright there because it seemed like I just took the highest ADP as you were kind of talking through the different ones and then seeing if maybe one of them will come back to us. But yeah, I like that range of guys a lot.
I love that group.
I really like Wright and Ray Davis. I've been struggling with Vidal because I feel like he's the one of that group where it's just like if he ends up just being a stone cold 0, I wouldn't be shocked whatsoever. But I guess you could say the same thing about Jalen Wright if Mostert and Achane stay healthy the whole year and he's just gets very little touches. So I guess Ray Davis though is the one guy I feel like he's not going to be a 0. He's going to touch the ball.
Yeah, and especially when you look at how they used James Cook last year, right? Like James Cook did not touch the ball in short yardage situations. He was out snapped and out touched in goal line carries, goal to goal carries by Latavius Murray, and carries needing 1 to 3 yards for a first down. So, I mean, I just think Ray Davis is going to walk right into like that role. And Ray Davis is arguably a better player now than Latavius Murray was at this stage of his career. I don't want to shade Latavius Murray because I don't think people realize the career Latavius Murray had. Like that dude, especially for the draft pick he was, the draft pick, I think it's a major success story in the NFL.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, kind of just thinking through the
props to you, Latavius.
I know. Latavius even held off Leonard Fournette, signing, and then they were like, "Yeah, we're actually not going to use you at all," which was a funny subplot to last year.
James Cook, another one of those guys that I have a tough time clicking at his ADP, and what's funny is I was hammering him last year where he was going. Yeah. But just again, because you talk about especially in these underdog drafts, like we're not even getting the best of James Cook, which is his receiving role. I mean, this guy has 4 rushing touchdowns in 2 seasons in the NFL. Like,
yeah.
And he was just a paperweight in the playoffs last year. on these underdog teams, which is crazy because he got you there with that Cowboys game. He had like that huge Cowboys game and then just disappeared the fantasy playoffs.
For sure. Do you have a preferred quarterback on the, is it kind of pushing it? I'm Stafford's gone. Our other stat candidates would be like Carr, and Drake May. We can sit on that. We're done at tight end. This could be a spot too to get another wide receiver here.
I mean, there's a lot of quarterbacks I like in this range. Typically, I know that no one likes to click Deshaun Watson. I think that he's a good pick where he goes. Oh, he just went. I seen.
Went.
I mean, he still averaged 17 points per game last year, and he still had in his 5 full games at 3 top 10 scoring weeks. Like he runs. It's it is what it is. I don't hate Deshaun Watson grows. I think he's a little bit underpriced, but you could also have the Russell Wilson factor where like
hang on, Reeves.
Be dead.
Let's talk this through. We're on the clock. Roman Wilson. We could go Vidal still here. Thielen, Mims. We are going to need to catch up at wide receiver at some point. I kind of like Roman Wilson. Do you have anyone here you like?
No, I don't like any of those guys. But
do you like Vidal?
Any of those guys? I would pick Vidal. Yeah.
All right, I clicked him for us because I knew you liked him. So we'll just have to. We're probably getting close to being done at running back. We're at 6 running backs. We know we're going to take it.
Oh, we're good. Well, then we're going to end up with our guy, man. Right? Like you're going to have to.
This is a Tre Tucker team.
We're going to have to put Tre Tucker in the queue, man. Like,
yeah.
We're done at running back though. We're not drafting another running back.
Yeah, Reeves is testing my my late reflexes. Normally it's Shawn who tests them,
me.
But Reeves, you're pushing me to the brink today.
Yeah, it's always me. I mean, the Rico Dowell pick threw me off, but there are a lot of guys you can add. You can add Luke McCaffrey, I think, to the queue. You can add Tre Tucker.
We don't use the queue. We don't do that billboard. That billboard. we figure it out live.
Yeah, because we're done at tight end. We're done at running back. We need one more quarterback, and then we're taking wide receivers the rest of the way.
Yeah, you're going to need to get creative at wide receiver here.
Oh, we're going to do it. Let me pull up my projections too. We're gonna get some guys. Listen, when Kimani Vidal and Jalen Polk are hammering week 17, you'll appreciate this.
I love it. Thank you. You had to keep us on the straight and narrow with the week 17 correlations.
Yeah,
you do see some crazy falls with these pocket quarterbacks here. Like, do you have a point where you're like, all right, I'll take Aaron Rodgers even if I don't have a stack, or is he just kind of off the menu if you don't have a jet?
Yeah, typically if I don't, he's not a guy that I like to take just because he doesn't offer any rushing. He's just not my flavor of non-stat quarterback, right?
Yeah.
That's why Deshaun Watson, I don't mind because he is going to run around. Like, you have a chance for at like QB 21, 22 where Deshaun Watson goes. Like, he has a chance to still finish like QB 12 and like a perfect run out or even higher, but like.
Yeah. Looking at the board here, it's funny just by ADP. Wan'Dale Robinson is the closest you see.
Is Mooney gone?
Darnell Mooney's long gone. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured he was. Yeah. Oh, we still have what we have. I'm not doing the. Are you on the Jalen Tolbert hopium?
Typically no, but I do it sometimes as an Eagles bring back. We are on the clock. I would toss out a Patriots wide receiver. We already have Polk, Baker, and Douglas are here. Or is there anything else you see?
No, I mean Devontae Walker is like a big play guy. I would rather chase just like a dude catching a 60-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
Than anything. Like I said,
Do you want to set up a double stack with Patriots?
And take who? May?
Baker or Douglas?
Oh my goodness, neither.
Okay, well,
I'll let you take a guy.
So you don't like a Drake May double stack with Polk and Baker?
No.
Why?
Well, I mean, I don't know what the kind of like fantasy value Drake May is going to offer, right? Like on his own.
But so you're not a Drake May guy at all?
No, not really. That's the problem, right?
I guess for me then I just would want to think through what other kind of stack are we setting up if we're not going with Drake May.
Well, stack wise, what we have? Well, Carr's gone.
No, Carr's not gone. We could still do Carr.
Oh yeah, I mean Carr is fine.
Yeah.
especially in a Jalen Hurts team. Like, it's not like, because like Carr's the type of guy when you get as a backup, you might almost want to go 3 QBs, but with Jalen Hurts, like, yeah, we could have taken Carr there probably, and then just talked wide receiver out for a round.
Yeah, I don't really think Carr's going to go because you have cover from Aaron Rodgers and Baker Mayfield. I really don't think Carr's going to go ahead of those guys, so I think we'll be okay there. But definitely start penciling in some other wide receiver targets for us. I know you mentioned Devontae Walker. He's on the board, but we'll need to pull some rabbits out of our hat here.
Yeah, I mean, who are your go-to guys in round 18? Who have you been taking in round 18?
My most like bullshit click who's always there is Jalen Hyatt. He's a guy I like. Yep. Yeah. Other than that, it is rookies. Sometimes when I've been doing these Justin Herbert backdoors, I'll tack on DJ Chark, the guy who I think could have a little pulse there. Cheap late. But yeah, it's in these drafts now, like these guys are going super early. I've done some Jalen McMillan, when I have either Baker or Carolina stuff, just trusting that he'll be on the field in 3 wide receiver sets and maybe he's just he's good. But yeah, it's thin out there.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 guys I've been taking the most are Tre Tucker, A.T. Perry, and Jalen Hyatt round 18, because again, like those are guys, if they catch touchdowns, they're big play touchdowns. They're not like anyone you're counting on, right? Like to be consistently good. You're just looking for a catch, like a long ball, a home run. And A.T. Perry is interesting because the dude still had 4 touchdowns last year on like 16 catches. And his collegiate profile, he was number 2 in that draft class in touchdown rate per reception. So he kind of carried that over to the NFL. He's also an interesting guy. I was anyone down on Hyatt though. I mean, watch Hyatt last year. Like the dude was open. There was like another universe where he had a good year as a rookie. Like, he was wide the fuck open on a lot of plays. It's just Daniel Jones was terrible and Tommy DeVito was terrible, which maybe is a problem again in the future.
Yeah, to me, it's kind of like a cheaper version of the Marvin Mims play where I feel like the jury is still slightly out. I mean, there's a couple red flags, but based on, the draft capital and their college profiles, I think there's still enough to take stabs on them in year 2. Let's see what this drafter does. We're about to be on the clock, kind of thinking through the end game. We're 1 quarterback, 2 wide receivers. Do you want to grab Devontae Walker here?
No, I think we take Carr. We don't mess around.
Okay. I think we're completely fine, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But
all right. I'll put my hands in
yeah, I'm going to, if someone wants to snipe us. So the teams behind us, there is a team that only has 1 quarterback, but again, like the people, I guess this Juwan Johnson drafter could potentially take him. The thing is, it's like with Aaron Rodgers on the board, I know you don't like Drake May, but with Drake May still there, I'm just like, if we have
if you had to, I get you.
Wide receiver targets, I do like getting Devontae Walker there.
I mean, you could take Tolbert if we want because he's a bring back for the Eagles.
Yep.
Yeah, he's another guy that fits kind of like what the Eagles bring back because Dowdle's probably going to be dead, but
for sure. Yeah, it is nice when you have the Hurts because you don't have to really panic a ton. We'll see if this drafter is going to set up a Conklin, Aaron Rodgers.
This is kind of fun. This is kind of a fun team though because we went 3 kind of good wide receivers at the top that are veterans and just kind of threw like rookies behind them.
Yeah, we've been hammering rookies late, right? Vidal.
I guess I want to call Olave a veteran, but you know what I mean. Like, 3 established guys and then just a bunch of rookies.
To underdog drafters, Chris Olave is ancient. If you're not a rookie or a year 2 guy, you're close to the end of your prime.
Yeah, Tolbert goes.
Sorry,
see, I knew it was gonna happen.
I just wanted to bully you into Drake May.
I know.
Why can't I get you excited about Drake May with Hurts?
You can. Listen, and honestly, Drake May has a little bit of rushing ability. He's kind of reckless as a runner. He is kind of like, I'm like, Drake May, you can't be taking these hits in the NFL, man. Like, you're not going to be run. So you ain't going to run over a linebacker, dude, in the NFL. Like, we're going to need you to slide.
Yeah. Have you been taking any Jaden Daniels? Speaking of guys who need to slide.
Absolutely, dude. I was hammering him like immediately. You know me. That's like on brand.
Yeah.
I think it was criminal that the NFL put Anthony Richardson, Jaden Daniels, and Lamar Jackson all on bye the same week. I feel like that was a personal attack on my brand and my team building up until that point.
Yeah, it is. It's honestly incredible that, I mean, I think the prices on both Kyler and Jaden, as far as like the arbitrage Konami code guys, are still very palatable. I sometimes have a harder time getting to Kyler, but even Jaden right around pick, what I think his ADP is like 103, 104 right now. Like, man, it always feels good there.
So I'm with the room. I think Kyler's a value, but I just think Jaden Daniels at his cost, I'd still rather have Jaden Daniels at his cost.
Just like 2 rounds later, yeah.
I mean, rookie year Kyler played with Cliff Kingsbury and was the QB8 overall, the QB12 in points per game. And this is a guy that's probably going to run more than him.
All right. So can I get your blessing on Drake May, considering we have 2 Patriots
Yeah,
wide receivers
listen,
and a Kamani Vidal?
You strong-armed us into a Drake May double stack with Kamani Vidal bring back.
You're sick, man. You're sick that you can't find any satisfaction in selecting Drake May over Derek fucking Carr.
You're right. That is a good point. No, you do make us strong. Hey, Derek Carr was second in the NFL in 300-yard passing games last year.
I know.
We don't get the bonus here though, so it's okay.
I was doubling, tripling, quadruple stacking Derek Carr in DraftKings tournaments down the stretch there, just watching them beautifully move the ball down the field and just every drive stall out inside the 20 and settle for a field goal. I'm like, what? This can't keep happening.
He was the king of like the fourth quarter passing yards too. Like the
Yeah.
Saints would just be down and like Alvin Kamara would catch like 8 fourth quarter passes.
Yeah.
You just go, oh my god, shit.
Because
Kamara, if you look at Kamara's game log, when you look at all his catches, it's funny when you look at all of his catches, like huge games, they all were in losses. It's because just like in the fourth quarter, he caught like a bunch of passes.
Let's see here. So Jalen Hyatt went off the
Yeah. I mean,
board.
this is Tre Tucker, dude, all the way.
This is Tre Tucker. Are you Tre Tucker over A.T. Perry?
Well, we have Olave, so
Yeah.
if we would have got gotten Carr, maybe we do A.T. Perry. But since we already have Olave and we didn't get any bring back, we might as well go Tucker, right?
Should I dare someone to snipe us?
Oh,
by
look
putting
at
Tre Tucker in the
he
queue?
plays Jacksonville the week before too with Brian Thomas.
I love this. I will admit. So last year you got me to click Zach Moss. Is Tre Tucker this year's version of Zach Moss?
No,
the guy
no.
I don't ever click that Lord Reeves manifests into fantasy relevance.
No, I hope so, man. 2 years ago I tried to get Smiz on. Look, A.T. Perry would have went too on Romeo Dobbs 2 years ago. Was the same thing, but
What was he a late round pick as a rookie? A last round pick?
yeah,
Dobbs?
yeah.
Yeah.
He was like a round 17, 18 guy as a rookie.
Yeah. All right. We are about to stick the landing on this team. We did get our wires crossed on a few picks. It would be nice.
It's okay. It's okay.
Because basically the 2v2, Rich, would have been like Jerry Jeudy and say Jalen Tolbert versus like Rico Dowdle and Devontae Walker or something like kind of in that range, something like that.
Yeah, enough. That former sounds a little bit better.
Yeah, the Jeudy on this team, because we had Brian Thomas at pick 66, didn't get our next wide receiver until pick 138. So definitely a little thin here. But
what's the board? Around Dowdle.
Around Dowdle was
who was like in that. So it was
it was
Dotson.
Wicks, Dotson, Cooks, Jeudy.
Yeah.
And
we could, I mean, if you add Wicks or Dotson, I think on this team, well, probably Dotson even with it, because we didn't get a commander for either bring back, because Dotson would have fit for the Eagles and Pitts.
Yes. Are you in it? Like, he's someone that I'm just like,
I'm a whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I think both him and Jeudy represent where they go.
Yeah.
Just like a bet on talent, like thing. Like I'm not planting a flag for Jeudy or Dotson, but we know the two dudes are going to play a lot. And they did have pedigree, so like that's kind of how I feel about it. Like,
yeah,
what the hell?
All right,
I'm not out here saying like we've got to hammer Jeudy, we've got to hammer Dotson. I just think where they go,
they serve a purpose on certain teams.
They're gonna play a lot. They're gonna be out there running. You weird sense, getting exercise, right? Those guys that are gonna be getting exercise, getting that cardio.
I like how this team shaped up.
I do like it though.
Yeah, let me recap this here for our audio listeners. We ended up with a 2-6-8-2. We got Jalen Hurts and Drake May at quarterback. Our running backs, Aaron Jones, Jonathon Brooks, Tony Pollard, Rico Dowdle, Jalen Wright, and Kamani Vidal. Wide receivers, A.J. Brown, Chris Olave, Cooper Kupp, Brian Thomas, Jalen Polk, Javon Baker, Devontae Walker, and Tre Tucker. Tight ends, Kyle Pitts and Dallas Goedert. So, like, to me here, I love, like you said, this wide receiver room, getting some of those veterans up top and then just slamming, rookies and second year guys there. I think this shaped up nicely. We got the playoff correlations too.
Yeah, I think it's fun. It's one of those things where it has just enough uneasiness to be like, oh yeah, like we're not going to like project to be one of the top teams in the league, but it has just enough upside as well to be one of those teams you're like, yeah, this thing could get rolling downhill as the season goes on.
For sure.
Well, I'll be curious to see what we get at the end. Do I get to do another one at some point?
Oh yeah, no, we will for sure do it.
So I'll be curious to compare it.
Yeah, no, we will have you back. And like I said, I love drafting with you. I love drafting with a bunch of different smart people because it helps like open my mind up to like blind spots I have in drafts, things I do over and over without giving them much thought.
Is this I didn't ask, is this your first Tre Tucker team?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's cook, baby.
Are you how many Tre Tucker teams do you have?
I mean, a good amount. He's one of those guys that like I said, I have 3 wheelhouse guys in round 18. So like he always fits, man.
I love it. Wow, Tre Tucker, he always fits. Well, do you know who always fits on this stream? It's Lord Reeves. How about that for a segue? Reeves, let the people know where they can catch you right now, other than chilling in the lawn chair, sipping on some beers and enjoying your summer.
Yeah, listen, Sharp Football Analysis. I've been cranking on the draft kit with Raymond Summerland. You can use promo code SAVE5 if you want to save a few bucks on that. All my projections and ranks and stuff out there. And then once we come back at 4th of July time, I just literally put out like 5 articles a week about drafting, redraft, more of a redraft stance. Todd handles the best ball stuff. So I'll be in prime redraft mode because we're in book mode right now. Warren Sharp, the book comes out in a couple weeks. So trying to get all my shit submitted for the book. But
nice.
Yeah, man. And trying to enjoy this last dead period because once 4th of July comes, dude, like, geez, it's an avalanche, man.
It is for sure. Appreciate all you guys hanging out in the chat. Thank you for all the super chats. Love doing these mega best ball breakfast streams. If you haven't hit the like button and subscribed on your way out, please do so. Catch ADP Chasing over on the Ship Chasing channel later today, and then I'll be back for all of the usual programming. And I guess I can tease, I did book the randomizer guest this morning. We're going to have Soccer Dave, Mr. Kitchen. He did the randomizer a couple years ago, but it's been too long. So start thinking up your Soccer Dave prompts for the randomizer. And for all of our guests today, we had Shawn Siegele, we had Pat Kerrane, we had Lord Reeves, we had an appearance from a best ball grandpa, a dirty best ball uncle. For all of that good stuff, I'm Pete Overzet. We'll see you guys